Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the final day, day 3 of our Hacking HR People and Culture Strategy Summit. I'm Danielle LePage, Chief Learning Officer here at Hacking HR, and I'm so glad you're here with us. Before we jump into things, drop a note in the chat, in the comments, and let us know where you're dialing in from around the world. We would love to know. A quick reminder on participation. So, if you're joining us with a premium or premium plus Hacking HR membership, you can earn a certificate of completion, a Credly badge, and HR recertification credits for participating in our summit. And if you're joining us with a free Hacking HR membership, you'll still receive that digital certificate of completion. So make sure you share on social media and let everybody know that you've attended. We're sharing the link to the summit live stream page in the chat. If you're watching live from LinkedIn, this LinkedIn live stream will cut off later on today, so you might as well switch over using the new link that is in the chat. All right, so I'll just give you a moment to do that. We don't want you to miss a thing later today. I want to say thank you so much to our amazing summit sponsors, SparkHire and Mtrain, for your support. We do appreciate you. Also, today is really about connecting people strategy, data, culture, trust, and performance. It's a full day focused on how HR and people leaders turn insight into action and ensure their people and culture efforts actually drive real outcomes. With that, let's get started, shall we? Our first session today is People Analytics Strategy, designing analytics approaches to inform workforce decisions. Please join me in welcoming the speakers for our first panel. Hi, Noelle. How are you today?
Doing great. Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Good morning. I'll leave you to it. Have a wonderful discussion with your panel.
Thanks, Danielle. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, based on where you're calling in from. My name's Noelle London. I am so fortunate today to be able to have this discussion with some amazing panelists that we're going to pull together here. But our session this morning is all about people analytics strategy. In 2026, it feels like we're never hearing more about people analytics. I'm biased personally because I believe it's really the basis for a lot of AI and HR work. But really, as we've been talking with our panelists, we're finding, most people aren't getting stuck with the data. It's really about how to make that transition from dashboards and data into decisions. So today's conversation, we really want to focus on how we close that gap, how we make sure that you are leaving today with tangible insights, best practices that you can take back to your conversations and back to your companies. So without further ado, I'd love us to bring in our panelists for today. And really what I'd love them to do is go around here and introduce themselves, share a little bit about how they're interacting and interfacing with people analytics today. I'm really excited about this conversation. I think it'll be a rich discussion because we're joined by panelists that are coming from such different experiences. Many years working within people analytics, watching how it's changing, maybe as a practitioner, maybe as a consultant. So without further ado, panelists, I'd love to turn it over to you. Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about how this is impacting your role today. How are you interfacing with people analytics?
Okay, I can go. Thank you, Noelle. My name is Noella.
Love that.
Yeah. And I'm so happy to be here today. My background is in HR leadership, but I have a focus on people analytics and workforce strategy. So, in terms of how I interface with people analytics, as at today, I interface with people analytics on a strategic level. So, I work with teams who already have these tools, the metrics, and the data. And my role is really to help them move from reporting to decision support. So I've moved from, asking what the data is telling us or what this means to us to what are we going to do about it? Basically, a summary. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Higgins Bigelow. I'm the CEO and founder of Living HR. How I work with people analytics is interesting because I'm dual-hatted. I see it coming into me and what I want to make decisions on for Living HR. And then I also see it in terms of how we're helping clients and what they're trying to do to advance their people analytics to be able to, Noella's point, make decisions with it. It's been really interesting to be on both sides of it and see what I care about as a business owner and a CEO versus what I see HR functions delivering to their business. So excited to talk about it with all of you.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I'm Kelly. I'll jump in real quick. So I am a global HR executive with about 25 years experience. I'm aging myself there in HR. And the most recent 10 years, I've been focused just on HR operations and total rewards. After 15 years doing more kind of generalist up the ranks into management, I started thinking, I want to really hone in on my niche areas where I really am passionate and thrive. And really my whole career, I was always driven more toward what I lovingly call the techie nerdy side of HR, always living in spreadsheets. Now I've gotten out of those and into other analytical tools, luckily. But I've always been really drawn to the data. I'm a big data geek. And I really think data can tell a story if you're looking at it the right way and pulling the numbers the right way and consistently. So my journey has been quite a while in this area, but I'm really looking forward to learning because I know there's always more that you can learn. So I would love to hear more from the panelists about how you're using it and look forward to picking up some tips from you guys as well.
Hi, I'm Jamie Conrad. I'm an HR executive in the Austin, Texas area. So shout out to all the Austin, Texas folks. Love this conversation today. People analytics is just becoming more and more critical and key in our HR profession as a whole. So a lot of the way that I'm interacting with people analytics today involve conversation starters in different HR communities, helping our profession to think about how we're utilizing people analytics and driving decisions in the business. And then also, I'm sitting in-house as a director of people at University Federal Credit Union, UFCU, here in Austin. And we're on a journey to help figure out what are the right people analytics to drive what we're trying to accomplish. So I'm excited to be here and part of this conversation today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sherry Chernak, and I'm also in Austin, Texas, and I know Jamie. So this is the first time I've been on the phone with a person I know in terrestrial life. And my role, I'm a Chief People Officer at an executive search firm. Also, for most of my career, I've been a consultant focused on organizational HR and workforce transformation. And over the past 10 years or so, a lot of my work in that capacity was about helping people develop analytic strategies, manage and analyze data, develop insights in data, tell compelling stories, and make sound decisions. So, if you think succession planning, workforce planning, performance management, redesign and pay for performance, all of that requires reams and reams of data to be turned into something meaningful. And then in my last role at Mercer, I also initiated a Voice of the CHRO survey. So I learned a lot about how CHROs and chief people officers saw challenges around data and analytics in the HR function. So excited to be here. Looking forward to the conversation.
Fantastic. As you all can see, we've got just such great experience and insight to bring to this conversation. Before we get started, I appreciate, all of the perspective that you all shared in your introductions. One thing is when we say people analytics, not everybody's in the same place. People are in different parts of their journey. Sometimes you hear about what they call an S curve when you think about innovation, of kind of where is somebody on their journey. So, with some of our listeners, they may be early, they may be starting to scale people analytics, they may be maturing, they may be rethinking. At the same time, so much is happening so quickly with AI and with the possibilities here. I'd love to hear from you all around where you feel like organizations actually might be. And maybe this isn't your organization. It could be as you're talking to people within the industry. Where do you feel like people actually are right now? I know on our side with Illuminous, sometimes we'll see that folks may think they're further along than they actually are. They're a little earlier in their journeys. And some of the people that say, we're not ready to do some of this because our data is not ready and, we don't have the governance or the foundations in place. Actually, they're further along than they think that they are. And so, we're kind of in this interesting, when we're talking about people are in different places. Talk to us a little bit about, where people you believe are that you're seeing within the industry. And then, once dashboards are in place and you're kind of making this move into decision making off of the data, where does that sit in the maturity curve? Is that kind of status quo in 2026, or do we feel like people are still trying to get there? Give us some perspective on where are we right now?
I'm happy to start. I think about this as a maturity model, but you're right in that people can be on multiple parts of the maturity model. I like to think about analytics as a combination of systems and capabilities. So on the one hand, different organizations have different systems maturity. You have enterprises that have a lot of data, although I would argue that being data rich and insight rich are two very different things. So what you do with that data is really important. And then some organizations have a lot of data and systems that are not designed to speak to one another, and depending on whether they have tools that can mitigate some of that lack of communication, and people that can do some of the heavy lifting, that can be a constraint. And then there's also the constraint about knowing what questions to ask, knowing what data is required to develop it, and then understanding the so what, now what of that data. And I think organizations are in a lot of different places around that data literacy, around the understanding, even if they have tons of data, how to take that richness and turn it into something meaningful. And when I used to do my survey work, that was an area where HR had traditionally been underinvested. Not a lot of data geeks went into HR, probably until the last 5-10 years. So I think we're playing catch up as a function, but I think we've made great strides, and I think AI is going to mitigate the systems problem that many organizations have.
Yeah, I'd love to follow that up. I tend to shy away from labeling people analytics journeys as like early or mature, mostly because I think that has an assumption around a goal of sophistication that I don't think is the end goal. So I think, dashboards and metrics, those are important. They were the HR of 2020, but they're definitely not the HR of 2030. And so where I'm kind of at on my journey, and as I think about our profession, it's in this phase of rethinking people analytics. So not because analytics, what we have isn't working necessarily, but because sometimes it's working well enough that I think we need to really step back and understand how can we be more intentional with how it's being used. So moving past whether or not we can measure something and get into whether we should measure, what responsibility comes along with measuring that. Of course, you still need to have your dashboard reporting and metrics to review, but you have to challenge yourself. Are you building that out with the intention to derive those decision-driven insights, focusing on clarity, decision rights, ethical guardrails, cultural transformation? And then really important to that is how leaders are using and expected to engage with that data. Not just, you don't want them just deferring to the data, but you want them, taking it into consideration as they're thinking about their leadership. So I think right now where I see us is less about a technical maturity around dashboards and more around the leadership maturity of interacting with that data, using that data to support the judgment and not necessarily as a way to outsource the judgment of what you're seeing in the data.
I can add to that. I think that most organizations are sitting in between maturity and rethinking people analytics. That's because a lot of organizations already have their data, the metrics, and the dashboards. So the problem or the challenge isn't about building more analytics; it's actually ensuring that these are influencing decisions. So when you get to that point when you're like, okay, what are we going to do about these insights, for instance, you find that some organizations get stuck there because it doesn't really change anything. And maybe that's a signal to you that you're trying to solve a wrong problem in the first instance. So an intentional move, there's some questions to ask at the very beginning, like what are we trying to solve? For instance, what decisions are we going to take? Who's going to own the decision? I think that would help to ensure that these insights actually influence decisions at the end. Because you've had teams who have scaled, who have invested in tools, they've even added AI, but have to come to a point where they're pausing to rethink their strategy.
Yeah, the thing I see all the time that HR is doing a really great job of is the reporting of what is the current state, the connection between where that goes to correlate it to business value is where it seems to fall off the most commonly. Like, showing turnover data, showing time to fill data, showing all of our HR data doesn't connect to the business in a way that they understand. And so there's this gap that I think we're trying to now fill to say, the impact of our people analytics shows us the connection between how well we are going to perform as a business. And that leap is like where I feel like we're all trying to edge to, but it's not quite there yet.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think a lot of organizations, and definitely within HR, as you said, it's a lot more of that sort of current and historical data, and that can help somewhat with trends to say, okay, turnover in this department or under this manager or this location is trending up, but it doesn't give you the full picture, especially if that's just the one metric you have, and you really can't look at metrics one at a time. You've got to look at the whole picture. Is it there's higher turnover, but that happens in March every year because people get their bonuses and then they take off? Is there something where you're looking at the full population, but maybe you shouldn't be including your seasonal people because they're going to leave during that time anyway? And that's one of the areas that I've really struggled with, trying to get everybody on the same page with how are you calculating your metrics, even just within the same department, the same organization. And I think one of the things, and Carrie, I think you kind of spoke to this, is starting out with what's the question, or maybe Noella, you also said that, what's the question you're trying to answer with your data? And going from there, not starting from here's the metrics that we should be doing, but what are we trying to find out? And often in HR, I think our job is also to try and translate what's the question behind the question. So if the question is, oh, well, what's our turnover? Okay, but what's your question you're really trying to solve? And then we can help you get there.
Absolutely. I think it's so interesting listening to this of, we're talking about people analytics. Yes, we're talking about data. Yes, we're talking about dashboards. But that real gap, that's the easier part in many ways of that's something that's easier to control. It's now moving into decision making, moving into influencing of your leaders. Some of the things that we kind of watch are, how do you get leaders not to fight with the data and to follow the data? How do you build trust? How do you get usage of the systems that you've set up for your leaders to be able to use and self-serve? that gap that's really the hard part, and it takes so much alignment from everyone to be able to influence with the data. What's worked? I'm not saying, I mean, I don't know if anybody's fully figured this out yet. I would love to know if you have. But what's working on helping to translate, Carrie, I think you called it a gap, and that gap that we're really trying to cross?
One thing that I'm seeing that works is tying it to the dollar, right? I think that the more that you connect it to revenue, profitability, and things that do make sense to people, that if we improve our employee net promoter score, does it correlate to improving our client and customer net promoter score? And if so, what revenue has that created for us by having better client retention? It's like taking it all the way through to tell the real story. So it's not just, oh, wow, our employees are happy with our ENPS. And that's great. And that shows something, but it's that connection that I've seen some people do that really well. And when they take that thread all the way through to the P&L essentially, or EBITDA or revenue, like that's where it's going to make sense to the CFO that then needs to invest in the program that HR is asking for. Like the thing that I'm asking for to invest in, I think that's one of the shortcomings where we're at as a people function, is getting the business case through to invest in what we need. And we're the most under-resourced function that exists. And it's because of that connection. It's so important to take that through. And those that do, they end up getting what they need.
Absolutely agree with that. I think HR under-resourced, yes, absolutely. In almost any place I've been, you have to wear multiple hats. And yeah, a big piece of that is because we're seen as just cost. There's not a lot of, we're not a true P&L center. But as you said, if you can connect it to the bottom line when you're talking to finance, when you're talking even to business leaders about their own P&L that they're responsible for, and tying it, as you said, for our finance people out there, to the EBITDA, and saying this is, what the profitability of the company is and how it's impacted, even just things like turnover. When people leave, you've got less billable people, you can't invoice for that. How long does it take to then hire, and not just hire, but then ramp up? Because you often, maybe sometimes, but often you can't just put someone in a seat and go, and they're 100% productive. So also having even some of those productivity measures, that's been something that's been helpful for me around getting systems approved, going, we need a better HRIS and a better this or that, because it's going to increase productivity by X%. I've been able to show measures like productivity went up by 30% within the HR department by streamlining these processes and having it go to a central transactional, shared service department versus sitting in the field with your business partners. And by the way, that frees up the business partners to work on those really strategic things with you that are really impacting your profitability as well. So I think one of our roles in HR as well, in people analytics in particular, is being able to speak the language of those different leaders, being able to translate the HR data to here's how it applies to finance, here's how it applies to an engineer, here's how it applies to the CEO. And sometimes we have to sit in the middle of that and even translate each other. Hey, you're all saying the same thing, you're just saying it in different speak. It's a big thing. It's just trying to bridge that gap, like you said, between the data, the people data, and how is that actually impacting the bottom line.
I would say yes, and like all those things from an executive level and the business acumen side of that is very important. But I don't want us to lose sight of that mid-level manager group as well. That's the ones that are driving the engagement and the employee experience on the day-to-day. Somebody in the comments mentioned trust. And I think how, some of the ways that we can go about earning trust with that mid-level management group is being transparent about what we're measuring and why we're measuring it, how we behave when we find data and people analytics is reporting that this data is going to make us really uncomfortable, and what are we going to do about it? How are we going to respond? Because when going back to the idea of people analytics maturity versus leadership maturity, Gartner, MIT, they've talked about how data doesn't change outcomes, but decision-making behavior does. And so when you think about the leadership maturity and the interaction of the data, that is rarely perfect. So what matters more is whether leaders are willing to engage with what it's signaling, and that's where that trust comes in. I think the most effective approaches that I've seen tend to pair that quantitative insight with qualitative context. So manager judgment, employee voice, lived experiences, because analytics should inform those decisions, but not replace the responsibility. And one of the organizations I worked in, compensation analytics, came top of mind for me in this conversation. We had the opportunity to go benchmark and get clean data and refresh our external benchmarking data, had access to multiple pricing tools, percentile modeling, real-time market updates. And there was this temptation, once we got the compa ratios, to just make things right based off of the compa ratios. But there's so much more to take into those decision-making that when you bring your mid-level managers in and show them, it's not just about compa ratios. It's about which roles in the organization are truly driving differentiation for us. Where are we willing to lead in the market, lag in the market, and what are the trade-offs that we're making, especially when your budget is really small or you've got a finite amount of dollars for resources. So being intentional about utilizing that data and triangulating it with other data points to help make the best decisions, that's also building that trust and leadership maturity around how we're actually taking our people analytics to drive those decisions in the organizations.
Yeah, I'd add a couple of different additional dimensions that I think are really interesting. I think, data can be definitive, and then as we know, data can also be used to tell a specific story or advocate for a specific position. And sometimes there's countering data that creates a counter narrative. So I think some of the most important things that leaders and leaders at every level, but this especially needs to happen at the more senior levels, is to then have a dialogue about what does the data mean? What does it tell us? What are the other things that we know that we need to put up against all this data? Because there are other realities. There are concerns about how things will go over with various stakeholders, with customers, with employees, with shareholders, et cetera. So all of those things need to be considered, and the data may or may not lead people definitively to a single decision. The other thing I used to see a lot of in terms of where it was important for data and leadership to meet, was around the leadership capability of courage. So we saw people get stuck, in some cases unwilling to make decisions that either because they were paralyzed by too much data and needed one more data set or one more benchmark to make sense of it. And sometimes they were also afraid of what would happen if they made the decision and the outcome wasn't what they wanted and what they would need to look back at to make the decision defensible. And so that would be where there would be sometimes a request for, we have internal data, but what are other companies exactly like us doing? And so I think there's a kind of courage aspect to using data as well. How much is enough? How strongly do you feel? How much work did you do to research and think about and have good dialogue about the decisions so that you can go ahead and make one that you feel sound? We can never obviously know in advance what the outcome is going to be, but if we've done a lot of the work, we can feel good about making a choice.
I love that, Sherry. I think it's so interesting because so much of the time you see people just reporting on the data, but then not having the dialogue around the data and what it actually is doing or what it means or what we're going to do about it, or what are we not seeing in the data or what data are we missing, or there's no real conversation. It's just like a report out, like here's where we're at. And that doesn't help you get to that next sort of iteration of what's important.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I think one of the things I've tried to do in building dashboards is not just provide here's the numbers, but a little bit of narrative with it of here's what I'm seeing that story, but also here's some recommendations of things you might want to do with that data. It's obviously better to have that conversation live, but sometimes you don't get that chance, especially if it's with the executives. And one thing, just back to Noelle, your question about the building the trust and how you get that trust. One of the things I've found is sometimes they trust certain systems more than others, usually ones that are more tied directly to finance. And I think, Carrie, you mentioned, or maybe Sherry, that we often have systems that don't talk to each other. They might not have the same exact data. And we had that issue in one of my organizations where the finance was looked at as, this is the real actual data. And what I would pull, they're like, well, how come the headcount numbers that you're giving me are not the same as the headcount here? And so working as a team, we had a master data governance team where we would actually sync up and we would vet the numbers and go, okay, well, it's because of the timing. You're pulling it the last day of the month. I'm pulling it on the 28th. There's a couple day gap in there. Or, we're filtering out different things in what we're providing. Or, oh, we've got people sitting where they're tied to the business unit they're supporting, and you've got people sitting in the actual work they do. So it's not quite the same data. And so if you can have that data conversation with your counterparts in the other areas and try to get your data in sync, that also really helps build that trust.
I think those are some really great intangible things, because this isn't easy. The data part, okay, dashboards, data, but really when you think about the influence piece, and these are some really good takeaways on, building the business case, how do you create trust? How do you actually overcome that gap? Using the business case, building trusting relationships, bringing the context and that qualitative insight to the quantitative data, and being able to translate between what the data is saying and what we need to do with that data to move forward. So, and putting a stake in the ground, being courageous about, hey, I think that we've got the data here that's telling us something to be able to go and make a decision off of. So, really love that all of you brought some of those different pieces to the table. When we're talking about, we're in 2026, some of you have already alluded to, given the market that we're in, business case is so strong right now. That's what we need to be able to influence within organizations. But when you think about 2026, what are some of the top use cases that you feel like People Analytics is really helping organizations through? What are you all seeing? Tell us a little bit more about that.
For me, I think I mentioned this in some of our prep conversations that right now our economy in the US, and I'm not sure about how it is in all the other countries who've been joining the call, but in the US in particular, our economy is really down. We're seeing a lot of rifts, layoffs. Seems like maybe it's starting to improve a little bit, but we're needing to look at data to say, how can we drive operational efficiency? How can we save costs in different places? Hopefully some of that is, do we have vendor costs that we can move around in order to keep the people? Sometimes it's things like, okay, there are certain roles that we're going to have to move to lower cost areas. And sometimes it's around things like, I mentioned an HR operating model shift of going toward more of shared services. So, can you save on costs and increase your efficiency, your productivity by moving certain things into similar groups and having, whether it's a shared service in a function or even an entire shared service group, where those are the people, and in particular with people data and systems, if those people are living in those systems every day, you're also going to get much more consistent outcomes. I'm hoping we don't have to use that type of data for those purposes for a long time in 2026, but that's I think kind of the reality of where some of it's being used now.
I would add that, I completely agree with what you're saying. I think that what's interesting about what's happening out in the market is you've got a burnt out workforce, you've got a really big shift in work design and how we work and how we get work done. You have a skills gap. We have like massive macro environment issues that are all impacting our micro environments. And so how you take what's happening on the macro level and translate it to what data you can report on inside to help show what's happening to us, not just what we're doing, like I think is really important. And so one of the big things, and you mentioned it, Kelly, is like, efficiency with AI. Everybody's trying to automate everything. Well, how about, shifting that conversation to value? What can we do if we had more efficiency? How does that translate? Rather than cutting, how could we accelerate our growth? If you look at the burnout, like how are we measuring capacity by individual? How are we looking at what talent density we have in certain skills that we know will execute our strategy? Like those are the data pieces that help us to make those shifts because of all of the things that are so complex that are happening outside of us. And I think that is very hard. And I think that's why we're seeing, people analytics kind of on the rise and AI on the rise, and how people functions are like attaching to this is because it literally is a complete transformation of the way we work. And so it's such a big conversation, but I'm so glad we're having it. And I think the more that we all knowledge share around those kinds of data points that are helping to drive decisions, like the better this practice is going to be within the people function. But it's hard, it's complex. There's so many, it's just not an easy thing to solve.
Mm-hmm. One of the biggest challenges I see for HR teams, that most HR teams do not have that analytics literacy. So analytics is getting more and more complex, and the expectation is for us to interpret more and more complex insights, and there's not enough time or even the training to build that literacy in HR teams. So that's there's beginning to have like a big gap between what the tools are telling us and what they can do for us, and the human behind explaining these insights to leaders to enable them to take decisions. So that's one big challenge I also see moving into 2026.
Yeah, I mean, on the use cases, hearing a lot, given, and many of our perspectives, I think, on this call are coming from the US, economic perspective, at least like as a, where we're calling in from right now. But thinking about, that's, I think, a lot of what we're seeing as well is, productivity gains. Are we seeing, sales teams are performing? Are we creating high performance sales teams? Are we limiting, turnover of our high performers, that type of thing. A lot of focus on the high performance, a lot of focus on headcount budgeting and planning. Are we on track? Are we over budget and running hot? Those are some of the things that I think we've been seeing quite a bit as well. But I really like the piece that you brought in, Noella, of once you have that data, creating data literacy. A little bit just as we're getting closer to time, and we never have enough conversation. We never have enough time to have these kinds of conversations because it's just a massive topic to cover. And in many ways, people analytics is holding a lot of the weight of AI and HR right now, because this is where, the function is heading on data-driven decision making. You all have seen so much in your careers. You all are watching so much happen so quickly today. As we start thinking about, focusing on closing the gap from data to decisions, a lot of people are trying to figure this out on their own. there's a group of really smart people on this call right now that are also figuring it out. What are some best practices? What are some lessons learned that you wish that you knew earlier, or that you want to leave with the audience so that they can take something, very tangible back to their organizations as they're thinking about their strategy for this year?
Yeah, I think one of the important things is around creating not just data literacy, but data fluency and data comfort early in people's careers so that they can get used to it. And especially at this time where AI is going to solve a lot of problems by creating some of the on the fly code to make systems talk to each other that will help people who don't know the exact question to ask, to formulate it, and so forth. It's really important to have that skill so we don't get washed away in a sea of hallucinations and AI slop, and also like the skills erosion that comes with the comfort of using AI. I just remember in some of my earlier, as a baby consultant, having to, come up with a thesis, or an organization wanted to do a study, and I had to figure out, okay, how am I going to create this model? And I was not, I have an MBA. I did, I was a stats TA, so I'm comfortable with numbers, but I don't work with them regularly, and those skills atrophy pretty quickly. So I wasn't the one necessarily doing all the complex analytics work on the back end, but I had to formulate the thesis, the problem, and posit how we were going to pull all of this data and what we were trying to prove. And I think that is such an incredible opportunity that we should give our talented junior and mid-level HR future and emerging leaders, so that they can be comfortable and very proficient and fluent once they are in a seat where they need to make decisions, where they need to be persuasive with data. So I'd say start early, make it an area where HR invests, not only in systems and tools, but in people.
I think my biggest takeaway will always be that the models that are explainable and simple will always trump any sophisticated model that a leader doesn't understand or can explain or defend. And then when it comes to AI, there's been a lot of conversation on mostly what AI can do for us, and there's less and less conversation on if we should use AI and in what conditions. So conversations around governance and AI readiness should be at par. While AI is great, we also have to remember the human factors, because these are decisions that are going to affect people's work, their experience, their pay, and everything, which could easily translate into their lives. So while AI is able to help us predict and, there's more efficiency, there should be a human who is owning the decision and able to defend it.
Absolutely agree with that. And I'm going to give a little plug for Hacking HR here. I'm taking an AI mini master's course right now, and it's more around using it and building agents and things, which is way on the technical side, but really having fun. But I know there's also courses out there through Hacking HR, through SHRM, through a number of different organizations around just kind of the basics of AI use and some use cases in HR. I think with AI, one of the big things that has really been impressed upon me, and that I've then impressed upon my teams, is, as you said, Noella, you can't let AI be the one to make the decisions. It can really be helpful as a tool to surface the data much more quickly than we can, and to be able to ask real questions and say, I'm trying to find out turnover for this division, blah, 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 and have it just pull it up, where for me, I would have to create a spreadsheet with 6 different tabs and pull the data around in different ways and go, okay, here's the answer, and it could take me hours. But I think, one of the takeaways that I have as a sort of lesson learned that I would share is 2. 1, don't try and start with an answer in mind of this is what I want the data to show. Really look at the data and let your mind kind of be open to and curious about what is actually the answer here. Because if we start with, well, I want to show that this connects to this, you can find ways to make the data work in your favor. The other big lesson learned is around getting the adoption. It's really helpful to have change champions in your network that are not just in HR. If you're in an organization, and not just other data people, but real world leaders, people from the top down to middle management, down to employees, who can kind of be in pilot groups for you with your data, who you can explain, here's how you can look at it, here's how you can use it. So as you roll things out more broadly, they can look and go, oh yeah, I had that conversation with Sherry and she was telling me how I could use this data. It's really cool. You should try it. And that really helps, as opposed to just trying to push it out there and have a bunch of training sessions. Just having those real people using it actually in the organization.
I was going to say something very similar, is just that I think all of this, while a lot of what information needs to get to the top, a lot of how you curate that information has to be what's helpful to the user. And so when you look at like human-centric design of these types of things, what often goes wrong, and I think Jamie, you were talking about this or way earlier in the call, is that it's so important to understand what is the manager, what is the employee, who needs what information, and how can we serve that information up in a way that they need it. So there's this intake step that I think is missing a lot of times, where we're not practically going to the person that's ultimately impacted by the data we're surfacing and gathering those insights from them in terms of what they need, and then building it based on what they need, and then reporting it up on a more macro level to the top. And we're kind of rolling and forcing things out from above and pushing them down, and it needs to kind of go the other way.
Totally. And I know we never have enough time for these conversations, but we're at time. I'm sure all of us would love to continue the conversation with you all if you'd like to. But just, to put a pretty bow on it, sounds like we're hearing more about people analytics than we ever have before. Focus for this group of leaders is really about moving from data into decisions. And one of the things that we're hearing is setting great teams apart from good teams is trust and context. And so especially being able to use AI to more quickly surface insights, but then the team becomes really important to the organization by being that translation layer around the data. Is really what we're kind of seeing people do, of moving from, again, data to decisions. Thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of your day. We know this is just the beginning of the day, and I'm excited on what all of us are going to learn throughout the rest of day 3 today. Thanks for joining.
Thanks, Noelle.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to Noelle and to our panelists. That was a fantastic discussion to get us started this morning with our summit. All right, so we're going to keep the momentum going. Now that we've explored how to build a people analytics strategy, we're moving into the next critical step, how we actually use that data to make better decisions. Next up is data-informed decision-making, applying workforce insights to guide strategic choices. All right, we're going to bring to the stage Sarah.
Awesome. Thank you so
Hey,
much.
Sarah,
Noelle.
nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Noelle. That was such an amazing discussion that was going on.
It definitely was. True that. I will leave you to your fabulous discussion, Sarah. So we'll see you a little later.
Awesome. Okay. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for this conversation on workforce insights and data-informed decision-making. Before we get started, please feel free to drop in the chat where you're joining from today. Thank you, everyone. So we talk a lot about people data, dashboards, and analytics, but the real challenge is turning insights to decisions and action, especially when the data challenges long-held assumptions. Today's discussion is meant to be practical, honest, and grounded in real experience, not just theory or tools. My name is Sarah Tariq, and I'll be moderating today's conversation. Now, today I am joined by an incredible group of panelists. I'll ask each of the panelists to please briefly introduce themselves, your name, role, and what you focus on. Kelly, you're the first one on my screen, so if I can ask you to start, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Timpain. I am a global HR executive. I have worked across 10 different industries, been doing this for about 25 years now. My most recent 10 years has been focused in really total rewards and people operations, the what I lovingly call the techie nerdy parts of HR. But I've always been drawn to that my whole career. I've just sort of naturally moved toward that. I'm a big data geek and nerd in many other ways. So it just kind of naturally fits for me. Very, very heavily using data analytics in everyday choices and decisions.
Susie, please go ahead.
Sure. Hey, everyone. So just calling in, I guess, from outside Toronto. My background is kind of like half HR, half on the business side. Grew up in finance, did a lot of HR reporting as it pertains to this. I also was CPO for a couple of different tech unicorns, and then have had my own company for the last 3.5 years, focusing kind of half the time on HR projects and the other half on exec coaching. So happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, Susie. Mary, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary Baird. I own a company called The Simplifiers, and we simplify employee experience, teaching HR professionals all over the world how to improve the employee experience in people and culture work, all levels, all departments. I've got a book coming out this spring called The Simplifiers Guide to Better Employee Experience, and I'm also the host of the Simplifiers podcast. So if you're into podcasts, find me wherever you listen to podcasts. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Mary, and congratulations on the book. Carrie, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Carrie Brown. I'm with Celonis. My background, not dissimilar to some of the predecessors. I've been in this space for 20, 25 years, but focused on people from a change perspective and transformation. So when you speak about being a data nerd, I look at today's topic. I work for Celonis, which looks at process mining and process intelligence. And really what I bring to the conversation here is also how do you use that to look at connecting the kind of information the rest of the company uses to think about people and managing through transformation and change, and how we can have the same Faxer-friendly approach as lots of other colleagues. Nice to see everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Please go ahead, Nina.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nina Dimovska. I work at the intersection of organizational design, analytics, and AI-enabled HR tech. So at the moment, I'm working as head of people success at CMOS Cloud. We help companies activate their people and culture intelligence, by helping them drive business performance and preparing for the future of work. Very happy to be here and having this conversation.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now, just to get us started, I'm just going to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. And Susie, I'm actually going to start with you. What are the biggest trends in HR data this year specifically, and what should people leaders really be paying attention to?
Yeah, I think if you look at data, you always want to track, based on what's meaningful and what's going on today. And I think like if you zoom out to look at what are the main things that are impacting like companies right now, I would say there's probably 3. There's like RIFs. Like I think it's a really tough market out there. So there's a lot of reduction in force. So it's like managing through that and the tough market and what that means for companies. So even if you don't have something like that going on, we also have high levels of disengagement, right? So I think that we're seeing people that post-COVID, where almost 1 in 2 people switch jobs, are now sitting in their jobs kind of like, meh. Like, and this is impacting productivity, engagement, the ability to like just get things done in organizations. And I think the other thing, of course, that we're seeing, it'd be remiss if we didn't talk about technology and the speed of change, right? Like there's AI and other technologies. So I think the adoption around that is another big thing to think about. Like as like, if you're heading HR and measuring, like probably those 3 things are the 3 biggest things to think about. And, if I think about from a CPO side, like what should you be thinking about is like, what are your problems to solve? And then how can you measure those, right? So, and just working on influencing the strategies. And that might be different by the different companies, depending on what's going on. But yeah, I think it's one that we can talk about, like as, HR continues to modernize the function. And we talk more today about like, what are those key metrics that we're seeing? And there's some classics, right? I don't think that it really rocks the boat because the market is changing. It's more so like, how do you use the data and what does it mean in this market?
Absolutely. And that's what the discussion today is all about. So thank you for sharing the insights. If I could hear one more perspective on it, Kelly, would you like to chime in?
Sure. Yes. I think one of the things, just kind of echoing Susie, is the use of technology and AI in particular is really something that's ramping up in people analytics, many other places as well. But the big thing I think to realize about AI is it's only as good as the data that you have in there. So, making decisions about metrics that AI might be able to produce much more quickly is not helpful if you're not starting from a source of truth that you know is consistent. And one of the things I mentioned in the prior panel is there can be many different systems in a company that are not talking to each other. And so one of the things I saw that we recently did at my most recent organization was putting together a master data governance committee that met regularly across all the different systems, finance and IT and HR and others, sales, to say, okay, these are the master data elements we're tracking. How can we get these to align and make sure that we stay in sync and that we're telling the same story or pieces of the same story?
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. And I appreciate that you mentioned that HR is not alone. If we do partner with our allies, other departments, there's so many things that we're simultaneously doing together. We're solving the same problems. But if we join forces and look at the data and use AI to amplify and help our decision making, I'm sure that there will be some successful takeaways from that. Next question, Nina, for you. What makes Workforce Insights credible enough for leaders to act on?
So, this is a very big thing. What I would say, where I would start first is that we have to look at the big picture, right? And I have one very simple rule that says, never use the data as a verdict, but use it as a diagnostic. And why? Because like a common failure that happens is using, let's say, engagement or performance scores to rank a person or a manager, right? Let's say low score equals bad manager and high score equals a good one. I don't think that's objective. Why? Because without context of, let's say, for example, the team maturity, the workload spikes, change fatigue, or whatever happens at the moment, we punish the reality. And then we teach the people the wrong lesson. Optimize for the score, not the behavior. So that's why what happens after that is predictable. We have gaming, we get defensiveness, we get silence. So what should we do differently? I think that every metric, every data has to come with two things together, with context and next action. That's very important. So instead of saying, here's your score, we should be saying, here's a pattern. This is what it may mean, what context we may be missing, and what experiment will we run for the next 30 days. It's about A/B testing, about, seeing what works, and just, sometimes even starting with small changes and actions and seeing, how the impact of having this data actually translates in daily work life. And if we want, a practical signal that is very hard to fake, we have to watch for quality and timeliness, because the evidence is strong that when we have high quality behavior, it's generally tied to high performance and, of course, retention of our top talents over time.
Absolutely. And I really appreciate that you mentioned the quality, right? That's just the piece. We need that reliable information that we can use to make the decisions moving forward. Mary, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think that what's important to remember whenever you're conducting any sort of employee listening forums, like focus groups, surveys, coffee with the CEO, whatever it is, you're making sure that you're not just listening to the loudest people in the room, because sometimes the loudest people are one or two folks in a department, but that's not really the true trend of what's actually happening in that team or in that department. So I think looking at the trends and the patterns, as they were saying earlier, is incredibly important on the full scale of it. And don't assume that one solution for one team is going to be the solution that you roll out for multiple teams, because there's nuance to that as well. A person who is an individual contributor is going to need something quite different, I think, than a people leader. And so keep that in mind.
Absolutely. Susie, what's your take on this?
On the metrics, I think it's like finance, like HR is like finance, right? Like if you look at finance, their metrics haven't changed forever. It's like revenue, right? Like net income, et cetera, right? There's like always these basic metrics. And I think HR is the same. Like, I think sometimes we try to get fancy and try to cut things all over the place. And like, the reality is there's probably like, I teach actually this data-driven decision-making class for Hacking HR, and I give like a top 10 like metrics that, you should track. But if I really got down to it, there's probably just 3, right? Like there's, what does the business want to do, right? The business wants to grow, keep its customers, drive productivity, and keep people engaged, right? Like this is basically every business wants to do this. So to do that, you need the resources, whether it's systems or people. And from a people perspective, turnover is an issue, because then of course you can't get where you want to go to. It's expensive. We all know all of that, right? And then time to fill, because when someone wants to hire someone on their team, once that gets approved, it's like yesterday. So I think that from an HR perspective, we're enabling the business, right? So if we're looking at metrics, like you have to really always track to, time to fill for critical roles, turnover, and and then of course understanding why, and having strategies around that. And I think the last one would be around engagement. And I think we all know, I feel like if you did a survey of your whole company on engagement, like if you're doing it in North America, generally it's going to be a 7 out of 10. We don't even need to do it. It'll be 7 or 8. Maybe you're extraordinary, you're 9, you're 7 to 9 kind of thing, unless there's something really going on. I think now, because we do have so much data that we have access to, I think we should move to having kind of personalized engagement indices for our company. So what are those moments that matter? Like, how can you tell if someone's actually engaged in your company, and measure that by person? Like you can actually go through and see, maybe there's these 4 things that matter. And, myself, Susie sucks. She's not attending. She's late. Her score on this thing's bad. You'll know immediately. You probably have a good predictor, even of people leaving. Right. And follow up with that a little bit earlier. So yeah, so that's my vote. Keep it simple. Go to the metrics that are always there. Stop creating creative metrics that people even have to learn how to understand. It's kind of like, what revenue is, what net income is, right? It's the same thing. What turnover is, right? And what time to fill is. So
absolutely. I appreciate you mentioned, some of the calculations for time to hire. And that's usually the question that everyone has the answer to there whenever we ask them, when did you need this person? Oh, yesterday. So, okay. Earlier we would have done something. Carrie, would you like to add anything else to this?
I would actually. I agree with all the points Susie made around HR-centric metrics, but I would also take a different angle of this and look at, I saw Taylor in the comments, business leaders care about the metrics that are relevant to the business. And I agree that HR is enabling the organization. And I would venture to say, honestly, there's a lot of metrics that aren't HR-centric that HR can consume to drive highly performing employees. So when I look across, what AI is doing right now to an organization, the ripple effect of the expectations around AI is what happens to people. And ultimately, we're driving productivity and excellent performance and thriving employees doing all the things we want them to do so that they are driving success for our organization and growing our organization so that they can have jobs. So metrics around performance of execution of work, so that we can understand how do we build people, grow people, add their skill sets that need to be there, understand where tasks are going away because of AI, and continue to reshape and form jobs. Beyond the HR-centric metrics that are what HR is measured by, I would say HR is also measured by how much it can contribute to the rest of the organization. So when I look at the kind of information around process effectiveness, which effectively is saying how well are people doing at their jobs. Kelly, you talked about master data. For sure, that's a piece of it, but also when you start to look at organizations that are creating digital twins of their company to say, how is work happening? How could work be happening differently? The ripple effect of that is how will jobs change? And what can HR say in terms of what's the enablement path? What's the role description? How do we compensate people differently? All of those ancillary decisions that are data driven now, or can be, where HR can take advantage of data that would otherwise not be seen as HR centric, but are super meaningful. So, you know, if you can look at it and say, here's the way a process is executed, instead of sending in a training person to say, what's the training needs analysis on what training do we need? You can now take that entire picture of how a process is executed and distill out of that what the training requirements are going to be. So I think we've got a different set of tools available to us to do our work, which again allows us to have thriving employees and all that kind of skill sets that are required, but shifting to where we are as business focused as our peers are.
Absolutely, Carrie. Thank you so much. Now, what makes Workforce Insights credible enough for leaders to act on? Is it the data quality? Is it the way it's framed, or the trust in who's presenting it? Mary, what would you like to add?
Yeah, so I feel like if you're conducting employee listening with fair and equitable structures in place, right? It's not biased to one department or one particularly loud voice, as we were saying earlier, then you should be able to track the data quality from it, very well, looking at your systems, making sure that it's a confidential forum for people to actually bring their thoughts forward. But here's the thing. So Gallup's Workforce Pulse report in 2025, just to really reiterate what Carrie just said, 27% of managers feel engaged in their work currently. So what's incredibly important in that detail, and we always hear these stats and go, really? That means that literally almost 70% of people out there are disengaged, solidly providing C-, below average work, and not really just clocking it in. And so if we have 27% of managers who are actually engaged in their work, that means the rest are, being the role models for your entire workforce. Yikes. That's the part that I think is really, really important, is focus on what you can do to handle and improve manager effectiveness, making sure your managers really understand how to coach and mentor their individual contributors so you can actually make positive change to business outcomes.
Absolutely. That definitely continues to be a challenge, how we coach our managers. Kelly, what's your take on this?
I think in terms of the trust in the information, it's really all three of the things you mentioned. It's the underlying data, making sure that they trust kind of what they're seeing, who they're getting it from. I think one of the key things for me, kind of back to my earlier point with the master data, or at least with different systems out there are some systems that managers or leaders trust more than others. Often I see them tied to the finance numbers, right? And if our data is telling a different story than the finance data, there's going to be pushback. There's going to be, well, how come this says this, but this says this? Even things as simple as head count. Why are your numbers different from my numbers? Might be we're just pulling the data off by a few days difference. So making sure that you do sync up with your partners in the different functions. The other thing is, speaking to that 27% who are engaged, if you can get them to understand some of the data, some of the insights, and trust you, if you can get a core group of sort of change champions who are trusting you and able to speak in their own areas about, oh yeah, Susie shared this data and it sounds right to me and it's really interesting. You should talk to her about, what data she can provide to you. And then just proving it out over time, being able to say kind of that predictive piece, or that telling a story and experimenting over 30 days. Here's what we think is going to happen. As you said, Nina, being able to show that what you're saying is actually coming true, I think is important. And that comes with that forward-looking data, not just the reactionary, here's where we are and here's where we were. You need to be able to tell that story.
Can I chime in there? Because I think this is so
absolutely.
incredibly important. And anytime you're doing employee listening, there should close the loop on conversations. So just to echo what Kelly just said, it's you said this, we did this, here's what's next. And it really can be as simple as that in the framework. And let me be very, very clear. If you are doing employee listening and they're like, hey, we want popsicles and $1 million bonuses every month, you're like, okay, great. Thanks for that feedback. You're not always going to implement every single idea that comes forward. But it's still important to close the loop in public, even if the answer is not yet. Like say, for example, a large, very loud faction of your audience or your employees want a very specific thing that only serves those 20 or 30 people, but they're really loud and keep saying that they need it. You go and do the research on whatever that thing is, whether it's a jitney that moves them from the Bay Area here to there. And then you realize it costs way too much in comparison to how you could use those funds to help impact the employee experience for a greater audience. So you say, hey, you said this, we did this. We went and researched that and realized that's not the best way for us to use the funds to help impact the greatest amount of people. And then in the end, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. You're actually listening. And that builds trust and respect amongst your employees that HR is there and taking their feedback on. That's incredibly important. And last thing on that is, remember, when you survey your workforce and then do nothing, it is literally worse than not surveying at all. So make sure that you are closing the loop. You said this, we did this, here's what's next.
Absolutely, Mary. I think you said the key word here: trust and receiving that feedback, and importantly, closing the loop on it. And that's exactly what builds the trust in the employees, amongst teams, and even amongst our stakeholders. Would anyone else like to chime in on this? Yes, go ahead, Nina, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to also comment on what Angela said in the comments chat about trust. I think it's one of the 3 most critical things that we need to take into consideration: trust in the messenger, because I think that from experience, people act when the data feels neutral, consistent, and transparent about its limits, right? And not agenda-driven or political. And there's this research on trust in data-driven decision-making that treats trust as something that we build inside the system. So it's not created by the impressive dashboard or tech, but it's about something inside the way we operate. And this is also why I think that explainability is crucial, especially nowadays when we also have AI involved in the case. So if our system cannot show why we're doing this recommendation or action, I don't think that people will accept it, even if it's accurate and perfect. So our job as HRs is not to sell the data, but is to make the logic clear, especially in those one-on-one conversations that we have with our key stakeholders. And what applies generally is that managers need decisions that they can stand behind, that are real, and with reasoning that they can repeat over time. And I think that we are very lucky that today we have technology to support all this process, like, for example, manager agents, and they can do it very well. They can give you the consistent logic. They can give you the same standard for everyone, because I think that's also very important. There's no favoritism, and they explain the path forward from signal to action. And another thing that I would say it's quite important here is the minimum credibility. I don't think it's about having the perfect data, but about having stable data, having clear definitions. People know what to expect, what is being measured and why, and keeping the same measurements over time and having enough signals to see a pattern, because only then over time we can, be more confident about what is it that we're recommending.
Sarah, I'm going to jump in.
Yes, go ahead, Susie. Please go ahead.
Wait, I think Carrie was saying something. I'll go after Carrie. Go, Carrie.
Yeah, in terms of trust in data, it's a question of how do people trust data and why, where it comes from, I think, is the source. Kelly, to your comment on master data earlier, like we've used the term, there's no AI without PI. So like the way work happens in your company, the process intelligence you see, the way that people do their jobs is the fact. So it's, if we go talk to subject matter experts and say, how do you do your job? They're going to give us their best memory on what they do and what they've had exposure to. And we don't all know exactly what happens. Like the variations and the alternatives of how people are executing on what they're feeling and seeing. To your point, Mary, comes from the loudest voices around the things that they're most passionate about. So the more unemotional and the more fact-based we can make the data, the more all of us can trust it as the employee, that the right things are being seen, and as the manager and employer, that we're seeing a fair representation of the way that work is happening. So when I look at trust, I think that the more we can continue in this group to pull upon the information across the organization, the more power we have. Like using things like Copilot certainly gives us the speed of execution to answer those questions quickly. But the kind of data that we're driving from is going to be more consistent with the same kind of content that we trust across finance and across procurement and across sales, like we do in the rest of the organizations. Susie, over to you.
Yeah, no, I think those are really good points. And I was just looking back like at the class when I talk about this, and I have this like poll question where I ask them about the metrics, and I ask, you know, do you know what good looks like? You know, like if you had turnover and turnover is 13%, is that good or bad? Do you know? Like, and 50% or more of the class doesn't know, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, I think it's one, like all the things about the quality and the tech side that you guys are mentioning. And the only thing I would add to that is just like picking what you focus on, right? And so there's, you know, understanding what you're talking about. And here's, I'm not a big quote person, but here's some kind of funny ones just to think about this, like of how you do develop trust. And it's like, without data, you're just another person with an opinion, right? W. Edwards Deming. And I think that this happens a lot with like return to office, right? Like we all have our own opinions, all of us, and you're going to be biased if you're in HR and driving this, but it doesn't matter what you think. Like it actually needs to be backed up with what the company wants and needs, right? And, you know, another one just for fun. Data is like garbage. You better know what you're going to do with it before you collect it. Mark Twain, right? So again, like you lose trust completely when you're like, hey guys, I want to collect all of these things. I want to do all this different stuff. And it's like, what are we even doing here? People have 1,000 things to focus on, and, you know, you're collecting all these different things, right? So it's like really being mindful. And I think I have a few more, but here's one more. Okay. Credibility is a leader's currency. With it, he or she is solvent. Without it, he or she is bankrupt. John Maxwell. So, and that's the end, right? Like in terms of like, if depends on what you pick to focus on. That's why I was like, keep it simple. You don't need to be fancy. You just need to understand what, you know, what are those main areas to focus on, like on the HR side. And I think it was a good point that Carrie brought up about, you know, of course, performance of work is a big one. And like L&D is a huge one, like within the business, getting people ramped up and productive, definitely key metrics out there. So it's like, do you understand these metrics, and just focus on those? You shouldn't have more than like 3 to 5 that are like the key metrics that are going to drive these data informed decision making. Otherwise you can't get anything done because nothing will materially change because you have too much to focus on. So anyways, this is interesting because everybody brings a different focus. So it's cool.
Absolutely. And I really appreciate how we're all sort of talking about, you know, speaking the language, finding that right data and what to do with that data, closing the loop, receiving that feedback. If you had to keep employee experience measurements really simple, what would you track monthly and why?
Yeah, I can chime in here. I feel like going back to what we were saying earlier, I feel like there's a real paradigm shift that needs to happen in that when you improve employee experience, you actually improve customer experience, which then improves business results, profit. And a lot of times I think companies have got this all backwards. They focus a lot of time and energy on improving customers' experience with a whatever it takes mentality, always on with their people. Their people burn out, they drop, they disappear. So you have to shift the paradigm first. Improve employee experience. That improves customer experience, which improves better business results. So here's the 3 to 4 employee experience metrics that I think you should be tracking monthly. And this is what keeps it simple, talking in business terms. Here they are. Grab a pen. Number 1, stay intent. How likely are you to still be here in 6 months? Say a scale to 0 to 10, and ask that question, why? It's like an early warning system to help you really track those regrettable attrition that could happen and catch those hypos that might be slipping through the cracks. 2, manager effectiveness. And this is kind of like a mini index, right? So the question is, does my manager set clear priorities? And this is incredibly important to get good feedback, to understand it. Are you being supported when work gets super intense? You're in launch mode, you're, in busy season. Those managers, those 27% who actually are engaged and like their job, they're the biggest influencers on your people day to day. And the people are what create the customer experiences that are world-class and have customers retaining or upgrading or telling their friends or not, right? This is the actual effect straight to the business. And then third is workload sustainability. Is my workload manageable most weeks? And that's a 5-point scale kind of agree to disagree kind of question. And it comes back to burnout. It causes, poor performance, low quality, and, drop-off rate. Is your work sustainable? And then the last one I'll say as a bonus is, what we talked about earlier. Do you have role clarity? Question, do I know what great looks like in my role? And it's a lot of times a telephone game at most companies, especially smaller businesses where nothing's written down formally in sort of a training handbook. You just are based off of how good your manager is that tells you what are the steps to do this, this, and this. And that kind of a question you ask on, again, a 5-point scale, agree to disagree. So stay intent, manager effectiveness, workload sustainability, and role clarity. If you can track those 3 to 4 things, man, you'll see a difference in 12 months.
Amazing. I appreciate you mentioned role clarity, because sometimes we tend to just casually helping someone out, and next thing you know, it's part of your job. So it's a very slippery slope there. Kelly, what's your insights on this?
I absolutely agree, Mary. I think that's one of the first key ones from the moment that they're onboarded as a new hire, is, do you understand what makes you successful in your role? I think another big one is, do you have the tools you need to be successful in your role? If they could understand what the role is, but if they don't have what they need to do the work, it's not going to happen. And I think you said, why, or some input. I think it is important to not just ask for that scale, but to ask for a little bit of anecdotal, what is going on here? What do you need that you're not getting? And because we have AI and tools like that now, we don't have to have a human sitting there reading every single response. I think we can have, there's things like a word cloud or something that you can have AI serve up and say, here's, for people who answered no, here's some of the common themes that we're seeing. Obviously, you always need to vet that out with a human. And as I think, Susie, you said, if they say, well, what I need as a tool is I need to get a popsicle every day at 2 p.m., that's not always the answer that you're going to go with. But I think that is a key metric, those two. The third one is more of a trailing metric. And I've seen a couple of people mention it in the chat. And Mary, I think you mentioned it as well. But I just want to highlight it because it's a newer one for me that we started tracking, is the regrettable versus non-regrettable turnover. And if there are people out there who aren't familiar with that one, voluntary versus involuntary, that's who made the choice, right? Did the employee choose to leave, or did we choose to make them leave, ask them to leave? But you might have an employee who chooses to leave that you needed to stay and you wanted to stay and you thought was an amazing employee. You might also have an employee who is involuntarily let go through a RIF or something, and you're like, yeah, it was involuntary, but we really wish we could have kept them. If we had the resources, we would have. You could also have someone who is voluntarily leaving, but you're glad they're going because they really weren't a great performer, right? We're never supposed to say we're glad someone leaves in HR, but sometimes it really is true. So having that little bit of additional breakdown between voluntary and involuntary, and not just making assumptions that everyone who voluntarily left, that's a bad thing or a good thing if they stayed or we let them go. So I think that, again, that's more of a trailing metric. And one thing I would also caution is to make sure, if you're not surveying your entire population and using all of your data, which is not always really realistic to do, make sure that you get representative samples. And this especially applies in global companies that are based out of the US, I see a lot of companies that are really focused on US, and they forget about the people they've got throughout the rest of the world. And it's really important to get the context from everyone and make sure that everyone is included in that.
Absolutely. We're talking about treats at 2 p.m. I certainly wouldn't mind one occasionally. Susie, could you share with us some of your best practices or hacks for driving adoption of data-driven insights and strategies?
Yeah, I think like right now, things happen so quickly. I think just don't try to go to 0 to 100, right? Like if you try to go in like perfection, like I call it 1000 watt Susie. When I go into 1000 watt Susie, no one can handle this, right? You're like, what about this? And here's all the things, blah, 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 blah. And here's the perfect thing we should roll out, right? Because you've connected 5 million things. You're way ahead of everybody else and they're thinking about this. The priority for you is way more than them, right? You are probably completely right, but nobody can handle that. So I call that going from 0 to 100, right? Like the perfect big launch. So if you want this to land really well, you go 0 to 2. I would call that like a high school announcement, right? So, and do a pilot. So I think that you need people to come along with you. It's a whole change management thing. And I think people now, like, because especially when we're more hybrid environments, have lost, I guess, the muscle. There's been atrophy in terms of just building stakeholder buy-in, right? So it's really before you go out and like just blast this thing that you're like, we need this for sure. Like, I don't know, like there's like, let's go extreme, 50% turnover. We are not meeting, we need our customer service people to be up to speed much faster, right? And we need to do all of these different things and learning needs to change and Okay, I eat this all day long, 24 hours a day for like 2 weeks trying to solve this problem. And then I try to launch it on everyone. They're going to puke on me, right? Like I needed to talk to basically the head of learning. Like, do you agree with this? Like in terms of like how it's going to work and the business people and like what can we agree with? So you need stakeholder alignment, some buy-in, a pilot so that you can have some forgiveness because things will never be perfect when they launch. So I think it's a lot, more than are you right or not? It's like, can you bring people with you and meet the organization at a pace that makes sense to adopt, change based on these decisions? So that would be my advice.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Susie. Absolutely. Yeah. I do want to be cognizant of our time. So just a closing question for all of our lovely panelists today. If you could give HR and people leaders one piece of advice to ensure workforce data actually leads to better decisions, not just better reports, what would it be? Nina, do you want to add to this?
Go, Nina.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. So one thing that we didn't have enough time to mention here is culture. So I would like to end that we should not treat culture like a campaign. Data and decision-making, if they still depend on our people and our managers, especially noticing, remembering, finding time, then I think that the data may stay in reports and it can never become this decision and something that moves us forward. So there's a new concept that we're working with right now, culture as an infrastructure. And that's the decision first version of data. We need to build systems that detect the problems early, that translate them into either risk or opportunity and prompt the next best action on time. So that way we have a perfect blend of, people keeping the judgment and the context and the systems and technology carrying the remembering and everything else that we need to make the sound decisions and moving the business forward. So, just stop running culture campaigns, build the culture on autopilot, and that's when we can see, magic happening with the data that we have.
Amazing. Thank you. Carrie, would you like to add to that, please?
Sure. And as I look at where we're headed to the next session on measurement and impact, connecting people metrics to organizational outcomes, that's exactly what I'd say the advice is. I think that there's a study 10 years ago where Accenture looked at what % of the time does a CEO reach to their CFO, CMO, CHRO, et cetera, for a strategic decision. And HR was at the bottom of the line at 24%. I think that HR is often victim to focusing on what makes sense for HR versus focusing on the business. So when I look at where I'd encourage everyone to look at is look outside HR. Make HR the fuel and the vehicle to the organization at large. Rifts, as Susie mentioned, are real. All of the engagement issues we have are real. But the more we can be connected to what the business is trying to achieve, the more relevant we are, and look for their data and their information and how we can pull from it to be most helpful.
Amazing. Any other last words our panelists would like to share? Susie, go ahead.
I'll just add to that. I think I 150% agree. And there's always that thing that, people say, HR needs a seat at the table. And I hate this because you have a seat at the table. And if you think about your seat, it's no different than anyone else's. So if you're hiring a head of marketing, for example, you would expect that person to understand the market, your products, all of the things, right? Same thing with your finance head. Well, that's the expectation of you too, like as an HR person, right? Is to really understand like your business inside out. That is the basis of, kind of moving away from maybe, HR starts an organization is always very tactical, right? Like when you need people, you hire them like in a startup scenario, right? Like it's going to be payroll, ER, policy type of thing. And people get used to you being that person, right? And as you evolve, further, it's also development for yourself to kind of pull up, right? And think like, hey, I'm just like all these other executives. There's no free pass here. Like, I've been doing lots of reps on the tactical side, which makes me good at it and an expert on all of the administration. But like to really have data-driven decision makings and influence, you need to put in the time, and it takes time to learn that. Spend time with the business leaders, spend time on external focus. Like I would say 20% of everything you do should be external focus. Like GE, when I worked there, that was actually so, I think, smart, and it stayed with me my entire career, is that we would get measured on external focus in our annual reviews. So kind of your thought leadership and like looking outside. So that's my best advice for having good discussions and driving the right discussions, is by looking outward. I agree with Carrie.
So thank you so much. And we definitely had some very thoughtful discussions, lots to take on forward from here. We talked about culture, data, reliable data, having a seat at the table. Coming up next, we'll move into measurement and impact, connecting people metrics to organizational outcomes. We hope you'll all stay with us. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Sarah.
Of course.
Wow, the discussions today are so impressive. Are you taking note? Share any lessons learned in the chat, because sharing is caring. Now that we've explored how workforce insights can better guide decision making, the next question becomes, how do we measure whether those decisions are actually driving the results? That brings us to our next session, focused on measurement, impact, and outcomes. Our next session is called Measurement and Impact, Connecting People Metrics to Organizational Outcomes, led by Brittany. Brittany, are you in the house?
I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Nice to see you, Brittany. I will leave you be to your discussion. Can't wait.
Thank you so much. I really want to say I was tuning in all morning. I absolutely loved the panel, and I thought it was such a fantastic segue into our discussion here this morning. I'm actually gonna, where's Susie? I hope she's still here. I'm gonna steal that 1,000 watt Susie. People usually tell me that about myself, so I really loved your analogy of slowing things down and making it bite-sized pieces. And here we are now to bridge that gap between just having data and using those data points to drive the business. I think the closing sentiments from our former panelists are pivotal in helping us to understand what next, what do we do with this data? And with that, I say an official welcome. My name is Brittany Brathwaite. I'm going to be the moderator for this panel, Beyond the Dashboard, just turning people data into business impact. How do we do that? We've all seen the dashboards. We've seen the turnover rates, engagement scores, baseline data. They fill reports and presentations, but we're not here to just talk about reporting. How do we go beyond reporting to changing minds and driving decisions? I always say to people, I don't speak metrics, I speak boardroom. Because when I get into the boardroom, I have to be speaking the language that other decision makers understand and not what I just understand. Yep. And I see the panelists joining. To help me achieve this goal this afternoon and to move from cracking the code, from just being data historians, but becoming real strategists, on what happens next with our data are the panelists who are here with me. I'm really thrilled to be joined by an exceptional panel of practitioners who live this every day. They are turning data points into real change-making information. I'll ask each of them to give a super brief intro, your name, your role, and maybe start by telling us one metric that you've retired. That might be a quick one, but let's ask Janice to do that first.
Oh, Janine, actually. Good to see you. Yeah. Well, hello, everyone. Excited to be here. Janine Yancey, founder and CEO of M-Train. M-Train is an e-learning on compliance and culture topics, as well as people analytics company. Prior to M-Train, I was an employment lawyer, litigator, and that was kind of the motivation for me to start e-learning and analytics company.
Ah, fantastic. Any metric you've retired?
A metric I retired. Well, so this is a little provocative.
I love it.
Probably the culture survey metric.
We will talk about that later.
Yeah.
Amisha.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Brittany. I'm Amisha Hara. I've been in the HR field for over 10 years now, started as a generalist and touched on all aspects of HR, metrics being a big part of it. Most recently, I served as his Chief Human Resource Officer for a social service-based nonprofit in Berkeley, California. And, of course, over the years, I worked a lot with collecting, analyzing, strategizing, and acting on metrics. And over the years, I've learned how to really connect it to business outcomes and the business bottom line. So I'm looking forward to sharing what I've learned and learn from our panelists, as well as our audience who may have their own inputs in the chat. And the data that I think, I wouldn't say necessarily retired, but I have sort of like put in the backbench was probably like some kind of like, hours, how many hours of something somebody has completed.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah, that comes to mind.
Okay. Thank you. Manisha.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. And I just want to say, Janine, I'm very intrigued by what made you become a lawyer, because I've personally thought of it myself. Maybe I should go study law to navigate some of the legal intricacies that come in our way. So I lead people intelligence products for Oracle. It's a product used globally by multinationals and also governments. Mostly a product and technology person, but started asking, I think, similar questions that the two of you have kind of mentioned around 2011. And my HRBP, it's like become a friend. I challenged him for not equipping me with enough information about my team, and he challenged me back with saying, "Who's this technologist in the room?" So that was LinkedIn days, and since then I went studied Wharton, did my MBA, went deep into strategic management. These aspects of what are called soft topics. But I think the soft topics have a lot of hard metrics hidden in that. So yeah, for the last 8 years, I've been with Oracle, and I'm just researching a lot more. The good thing is, like, my brain of technology and research helps, but the community of practitioners like all of you here in Hacking HR and on the panel helps me make things real. Like, what is the real crux? What are the questions? And I would say one thing, Brittany, getting to the right question is way more difficult than getting to the right answer. And a lot of the times I see people spending time in the solution zone, not enough in the problem zone, right? So that's kind of where my technology and product comes. Your second question, retiring. I'm not in a capacity to retire anything. I don't sit in the CHRO office as such, but I challenge things. And so one of the things I've challenged is the isolation of metrics, right? So for example, when you do surveys and you just talk about engagement, is one here, then performance is here, then retention is here. If they're not connected, maybe some people who are speaking very loud are not necessarily your highest performers. They're just talkers, right? People who are performing very well, maybe they're not able to engage, or even they don't even get the time out for the 20 minutes to fill the survey, or they're not vocal. So I'm a big fan of connecting the dots. So I would say I've retired isolation or challenged isolation, not a KPI.
Thank you, ladies, for the introduction. I think lots of golden nuggets dropped in your introductions. And as we just heard a session on data points, but all of what we've talked about here is exactly what I think we need to do as strategists, as practitioners. How do we tell a story with our data? I really love what Manisha said about that isolation, because we tend to curate metrics, provide reports, and then we're just saying to persons in pieces versus providing a roadmap as to how we can predict, as to how we can avoid pitfalls. And that's really what the business needs to know and needs to understand, and not just what's happening in real time. So I'm going to open Janine, because I love that you were provocative with saying the culture survey. That kind of threw me, because at M-Train, that's what you guys do there. You guys, you as CEO, you are a workplace culture expert. You focus on metrics that look at driving positive workplace culture. So from your research, what is one cultural health metric that you found to be surprising or underrated for business performance? And, whether that's like innovation or risk mitigation. And then how do you do your research if you've actually retired standalone cultural surveys? Tell us about it.
Well, so let me step back a few steps, Brittany, if you wouldn't mind, just to give people some context. So the reason, and Amisha, similar to you, I would say not 100% retire the culture. I don't want to be over rotating on it, but just take it into context for what it is. So I'm going to reference back to my days as an employment litigator and investigator, when the loudest voices in the room, the most vocal, were what people focused on, and they were not necessarily reflective of what was going on, right? Yes. And no Glassdoor ratings. It's either, great or horrific. There's no nuances. And I think you tend to see that with the culture surveys too, because the people who respond are people that are at the extremes. The vast majority won't respond, right? So as a litigator and a fact finder who's responsible for telling a story to a jury, that was always paramount in my focus, right? It's like, well, what am I really getting here? So that is kind of some information as to why I kind of get it. Surveys with a grain of salt. Yeah. There's that. So to your question, and then just real quickly so people understand. So at M-Train, we're e-learning, but we're actually embedding the questions. And Manisha, I totally agree with your comment that it's the questions that matter, like how you frame the questions. We're embedding questions into the e-learning experience. So as we're, let's say, teaching about performance management, we're asking people what their experiences, like their managers, are of setting goals. So it's part of what they're learning. It's top of mind. Our org psych would say, we're priming them. We're giving them context for the question. And so then the answers we get are very contextualized, right? So that's where we're coming from. So with that as the backdrop, the analytics that I think is, underrated and surprising is we're, generating a lot of information about leaders' ability to manage conflict, make decisions and manage conflict. And when leaders are showing up underperforming in that metric, that then tends to lead to a lack of psychological safety, which kind of makes sense. So if leaders if they're struggling to manage conflict and managing diverse perspectives, right, they're going to over-rotate, they're going to, use their power to silence voices, then there's no psychological safety. As soon as there's no psychological safety, you get poor results, if that makes sense.
That's a really interesting correlating metric. And again, as we said, we're looking at moving beyond just listing data points to telling stories and helping to predict behavior. But all of these things link to things like retention. We project attrition. Manisha said it's about the questions. Why does our attrition look like this? What does it mean? Yeah, what does it mean? But why are we having these numbers? And how do we get to the root issue and resolve and go from there? So I think, helping persons to understand the correlating behaviors and that link to psychological safety is absolutely critical. Amisha, as people operations leader, you're deep in the systems that generate people data. based on your experience, what's the most common gap that you see between the data HR systems can provide and the data business leaders actually need to see and to use to make decisions?
Sure. I think it's important to acknowledge that the role of HR people practitioners has changed over the years, and especially right now, I think we're going through a drastic change in terms of scope and expectations. I think it's important to acknowledge that when we talk about all these metrics. With that said, things that come to mind are that, what I've seen is most of the HR metrics or the people metrics that HR systems provide are more input or activity oriented versus output oriented, right? We provide like the input where it's easy to provide the input. For example, the number of training hours somebody completed versus the outcome. So what exactly did that training do? Did that result in behavioral change, management, in people engagement or whatnot? So, and those data are definitely difficult to provide, but I think that's the more important piece of the information to be able to provide. Can this team deliver the product on time? Which managers are doing better with the trainings, etc. The other gap that I think the HR systems have is lagging, the lagging versus the leading indicators. By that, what I mean is it's easier to provide historical data,
Yes.
Historical report, which is, by the way, very important, but it's much more difficult, and there's a gap in the predictive analysis. And I think you touched on that earlier, Brittany, right?
Yes.
Like we can easily provide like what was the last quarter's turnover versus who is most likely to leave in the next quarter or in the next 6 months. It's easier to show the completed projects versus being able to show like who is able to do what, or what is the capacity if something were to go wrong, right? And the last thing that comes to mind is the individual data versus the team reality. We tend to measure individuals or our people one by one, like with the performance reviews. But, if there's a team and they're supposed to work in a team, how do we measure how the team can actually do or how they're doing, right? How they can collaborate. And what is the team gaps or dependencies? And leaders want to see like what actually mattered of all the things that we did, what really mattered. And going back to what Manisha shared, right? It's the gap isn't necessarily about the data.
Yes.
And what the HR systems can provide. And the technical systems can only provide so much data, right? It goes back to connecting, talking in person, really understanding the body language, making that relationship, and really asking the right questions. It is about asking the right questions, triangulating the right pattern, and, as to your point, Brittany, converting that into a future-focused story.
Thank you very much. Manisha, we tend to see a lot of activity metrics, right? And of course, that doesn't drive what we need. How do you, or what advice would you give to practitioners who are aiming to coach their teams to pivot from measuring activity to measuring impact?
Yeah, fabulous question and fabulous 3 points, Amisha. I wrote them down, so thanks for sharing, especially from your chair. And I'll just piggyback a little bit on what Amisha just said, that HR is evolving, right? So when first time I asked the questions from my HR VP, that was 2011. And till until at least COVID times, you would see a lot of the boardrooms were heavily focused on either operational metrics or financial metrics, right? I mean, I've been in a few boardrooms by now. You'll have an 82-page deck and 2 slides are going to be from HR, one for attrition and maybe one for compensation committee. And we say talent is our strategy and talent is our differentiation, but it doesn't reflect. And why? The reason basically is like until HR learns to speak and starts speaking the language that resonates in the boardroom, it's going to be difficult for us to create that impact. So analytics, people analytics is already reshaping that culture. But the other thing also is, I mean, it used to be a world of finance is king. Then somewhere we became like HR is king because COVID happened. I think we're all kings together, right? So essentially the way I look at it is any organization is sort of a triangulation of people strategy. You hire people to drive some business outcomes, And then you have some financial constraints and some financial deliverables, right? So whether it's margins or revenues or costs, all those angles. When we start connecting, did we hire the high performer? Great. You are saying it's a high performer in an HCM system. Is it yielding in a result? Is the sales quota attainment higher? Are the number of tickets higher? For certain functions, much easier. For certain functions, a little complicated. But then inference comes in, right? Now we can start looking into unstructured data also. AI has evolved and is continuing to evolve. So if you start connecting whatever inputs and outputs eventually we are getting from a human being, what is your performance? What are the goals? Are the goals aligned or not? And then connecting it back to the financials. So for this country, I have X number of people. This is my revenue per head count. But what is exactly the output? Has my revenue grown in sync with my head count grown? And I would say also keeping a close eye on what is happening outside your company, where HR can step in, right? So, hey, all of you are continuing to hire a specific type of skill, but guess what? The world has changed. The trends are very different. So maybe we can also become more consultants because we by keeping a closer eye on maybe the competition, but beyond the competition, the whole ecosystem, what's happening. If you're moving towards gigs, if you're moving towards continuously changing the way skills are shaped, now we're talking about even the next level of workers versus AI agents. What happens next? So you'll have to start thinking not about jobs, but about specific tasks, right? Manisha, there's 50 tasks and 20 of them can be automated. But if we keep this language and this, intel coming in from what's happening in the industry and, hey, let us help you, Mr. Business Leader, Mr. Finance Leader, Miss Finance Leader. I think we'll reach a land which I like to say, like, people make profits, but sustainable profitability only comes and growth only comes when you're growing your people to grow your profits. If you just focus on profits, it won't happen. But the equation has to be, Brittany, like measured and presented in a manner for people who may not be thinking this way at scale, right? I hope that answers your question.
It sure does. I really found value in, you mentioning trying to translate for the skeptic. So we talk about looking and assessing information, but the ecosystem is also really critical. And you talked about looking beyond where we are, because when we talk about metrics and telling a story, sometimes we can get hyper focused on telling our story and making the story internally make sense. When sometimes if we kind of look next door, and when I say next door, I mean our competitor, a person's in industry, we could gather a lot of what is happening and be able to share a better story based on that wider ecosystem. So I think that's a really, really valuable point for us as practitioners to take away from not just data extraction from our own space, but from a wider ecosystem. That can be absolutely critical for us. It helps sometimes to, help to convince a skeptical CFO who doesn't believe the quality of hire has changed in the last 10 years, right? So we keep saying HR has changed. Everything has changed. But we have some leaders who aren't convinced that anything has changed because their data pretty much looks the same. Their retention is great. They have low attrition. That might not be a good thing, right? So, and let's step into the theme of the so what. So your data might appear fantastic. So let's say we have a good metric, or what might appear to be a good metric, like voluntary turnover in critical engineering roles. And that might be up to like 25%. So that's the data point. The so what now becomes the insight, right? And then we have to translate to the now what. What is our action? How do any of you, and I'll throw this out for everybody to take some points or to share some insight. How do we translate that voluntary good metric, translate that from being a so what, so we are 25% good data point, to an action point? Now what? How do we build a framework for that becoming a bridge for storytelling to the decision makers? And anybody feel free to jump on it. I see Manisha ready to go.
Yeah, I can share. So still voluntary attrition is still it's become a business matrix, but it's still very heavily somewhat of an input if you look at from the lens. So I would say, if you start looking at the lens of the board members, right? you have X number of people and they're staying. Amazing, great. You guys must have good culture. What is in it for the stakeholder? What's like, how does it impact the stock prices? What is it for the future? So then I would say, first of all, what is the story that will convince those skeptics, and not even skeptics, actually, they are doing their fiduciary duty of making sure that the company is, sustaining year after year. Maybe just the language is different, right? So then my focus would go on how will it impact what they are trying to measure based on attrition. And normally it will be, did we perform better? Is our output better? Did we beat the margins? Did we beat the market? Did the analyst think we have, beaten our numbers? Now you may not be able to completely go there, but then you can start chaining the reaction to, okay, what does it mean? Maybe some divisions are doing better. They're meeting their revenue, whatever their targets are, right? Like for a customer service, it's just number of tickets. For a engineering department, it's did the product get shipped? Are the number of bugs less? So look at a matrix, which is why did we hire these people? And why are we trying to retain these people? What is the output we are trying to get to? And those tiny drops of outputs will eventually lead to the big metrics someday, right? So I would literally start with the chain reaction of what can I measure, which will help them somehow connect the dots, and whatever the smallest grain might be. And then I would do a pilot, right? So don't boil the ocean. Start with a small team where it's easy, hopefully, to win. Culture resistance, change management, all those beautiful things are easier to navigate. But you got to show a win. Like, listen, this correlation, it matters. Here are some examples. And then third, I would say, I will not be the voice in the room. I will help the people, that cohort of people who have championed it, them speak to their other folks and even to leadership on why I believe this is right. And then as a technologist, I would say, okay, guys, all of you are sold. Now let me create an engine which you can just drum it up and then share it with everybody. The last thing, checks and balances. Sometimes just in case we got the correlation wrong, right? Just in case, I did the chaining wrong, something went wrong. KPIs have this interesting aspect where people can game it, right? So I am trying to keep my, to your point, attrition high to deliver something. But, sometimes the gaming will come and you're maybe keeping the wrong people in. Maybe you started measuring the output in a very myopic manner, which really doesn't matter, but on surface, it shows good. So normally what I do is a quarterly deep dive on, let's just talk not numbers, but why, how we did, where we, what other things we are not looking at. And a beautiful thing sometimes, if the team culture is cohesive that way, is you appoint one person as your job in the next 2 hours is to be a naysayer. No matter what the team is saying, you will just throw darts. We will still love you, but you have to find a reason why something is broken here. And with that culture, sometimes you keep a check on yourself, because human beings, right? I came up with a program. Obviously, it seems very good. Right. Everybody, and I've sold everybody, right? So, and I'm very good at selling. Great, I'm good at storytelling, but it's not really the right thing to do. So then I keep a check on myself and my team as well. And we rotate that naysayer, so everybody gets the love.
Fantastic. Amisha, did you want to add on this point?
Great points, Manisha. That those came to my mind too. Just want to add, just another example, and this is more internally, onboarding metrics related for us. We had a practice of doing an onboarding survey for new hires after we had 2 checkpoints, one after 15 days and one after the 90-day period. And we got some data based on that clearly showed that our system was broken, that it was very disjointed. People are asking for a better process where that could help them have a sense of belonging from day one, that could make sure that, they had all the systems and equipment that they needed from day one. They were asking for cross-training opportunities from day one, where they would be job shadowing other positions so that they can understand better how their role fit in the bigger picture. So those were some data that we received from the survey. And when we presented this, that this is a problem, we need to change, we need to act on it. One of the pushbacks that we got was around but we have to spend more money, we have to spend more time, and we don't know if we can afford to lose that much time from, like, to help people ramp up. And so it was a little bit of tug of war for me to like get buy-in to change the behavior based on the metrics that we'd receive. So what we did, that's where triangulation helped us, right? We not only looked at the onboarding survey data, which is backward looking, but we also looked at, as Manisha said, like, how was that impacting our client service? Because we're in the service industry, like, how is that impacting our service to our clients? How many people, how is that impacting our ability to impact our community or house people? So when we triangulated that data, it was easier to it was easier to get the buy-in. So basically it's like, just don't depend on one data point, see how you can back up your data with like the other realities that's happening to get that buy-in. So that's just a very simple example I wanted to share.
And I love, we had some comments in the chat talking about action, and also on the previous panel, they were talking a lot about getting to know the business. And I think that's what I'm getting from both of these responses. One, as practitioners, we can't isolate what we do from the business. And I know that everybody's probably like, duh, but it isn't really duh, because many of us don't understand what's happening in the business enough. A lot of what Manisha shared and Amisha and what Janine has offered is saying to us that if we're going to translate data points into effective outcomes for the business, we actually have to know what that looks like. And that means we have to speak the language of our chief operations officer. We have to understand what's happening in his reports and not just tell them that we need a better onboarding system, but help them understand how this is going to impact the bottom line. So that, I love the term as well, Amisha, the triangulation. I think that's perfect, right? It takes us away from isolation and helping persons to see just that, where all of those data points touch and become equally important. And I wanted to jump, and I think it's a good bridge way to lead shortly into, predictive and human-centric data, because we don't have that much time, and I wanted to touch on that. Looking ahead, as we move ahead, the world of work is changing so rapidly. We're moving, of course, beyond lagging indicators to predictive ones. And with all the talks of analytics, how do we keep the human in human resources? So we talked a lot about predictive models and lagging and leading and convincing business leaders or the boardroom. But what about the people at the center of all of this? How do we ensure that they remain centered, or we remain centered? And Janine, I'd love to hear your purview on this.
Yeah, thank you, Brittany. I mean, I think it's all, as an organization, and fully cognizant that, it's going to move beyond human labor. And now it's going to be human and let's just call it robot labor, but let's focus on the humans. It's, what we get is, based on the human experience. So when I think about our opportunity for both predictive and correlating predictive with lagging indicators, it's all about team dynamics, I think, and leadership abilities, right? So going back to your reference of, or the hypothetical of the attrition data, voluntary attrition, it's like, okay, if we think that is higher than we would want it to be or expect it to be, what data points do we have that illuminate that leader's skills? And there's obviously a whole range of skills we'd want any manager or leader to have. And then what data do we have on the employees' experience within that team, like performance management reviews and what they're saying, and exit culture surveys and what they're saying about their team dynamics, and just start to cross-reference and correlate two or more. I'm a big believer. I just don't like situations where I see an HR leader giving a report based on one data source. I'm a CEO. I've got P&L responsibility. I'll just tell you folks, I never accept one data source from anyone. And so you folks should just know that. And those coming and making a big, bold claim with one data source, you're undermining your own credibility. Okay. So always have two data sources and try to cross-reference, leading with lagging indicators. to, make a hypothesis.
I really love that. And insight directly from a CEO helps as well. I think often for practitioners and as we function, we get so focused on trying to prove that our data is right that we forget that there's the wider impact. It's not just about our data being right, or that even if we have other data sources and it proves that we're right, then what? Then what does that mean for a CEO that you're trying to convince to spend more money? What has that looked like for other organizations? What has the benefit been for them? And if we are going to be connecting people metrics to organizational outcomes, you can't forget the last two words. You have to connect them to the actual outcomes. So do you have successful cases to say that this has worked in other spaces? Do you want to do smaller groups of this before we roll this out division-wide? So it becomes less about us proving a point as practitioners and more about us convincing, one, our business leaders that this is going to be good for the organization, and two, ensuring that our people equally benefit, that we don't go ahead really quickly with an initiative that we think might work, but it's actually going to falter. And with that, I am then going to, ask you guys, because we talked a little bit about leadership, Janine, and I loved that correlating metric that you shared from the inception. But I wanted to ask about whether anybody's worked on leadership pipeline strength. And that really is one of those critical forward-looking metrics that I think everybody should be thinking about. What does your leadership pipeline strength look like? And how do we go about making a future risk metric feel urgent and actionable today? And I'd love everybody to kind of take a stab at that question.
So I'll go first quickly, and then I'll leave it off. So given, my experience, my perspective is not going to be surprising. I always look at ER claims because that's the world I came from. But what I think is not as obvious for folks is ER claims are the flip side of leadership skills, right? So with many of our clients now, in the last probably 6 to 8 months, we've started correlating the metrics we're getting from our solution. They're all leading metrics about leadership skills and employee experiences we've got a skills taxonomy of 16 skills with where the ER claims are coming from. And then that empowers the HRBPs to feel very comfortable going to those leaders saying, hey, we've got, a curriculum, short little curriculum for you to bolster some of your skills in this area to get better results. But looping back to your comment, Brittany, of leadership, kind of a pipeline, as an organization, you can start to identify what are the skills that we know we need in our leaders and where are we seeing some underdeveloped skills, and let's put together a little bit of a curriculum and some focus on those skills that need a little bolstering.
Amisha.
Great point, Jenny. In addition to ER claim, obviously attrition, can provide insight into like how the leadership or management in certain division are doing. That's something definitely that we look at. And just like Jenny mentioned, based on that, providing not a cookie cutter or like one style approach for everybody. Every leader are in different life cycle of their journey. So based on that, we would target like leadership programs that we think might work for them. And in my past role, what we did, a couple of things that we did that we found out work is like, it's both like an individual as well as a team approach for managers, leaders. And what we did was like, we had like personalized coaching sessions. We identified which managers needed that kind of support. And then based on that, we tried to get data from different stakeholders on where they think they needed that support, including the manager themselves. And based on that information, built a personalized coaching program for them. Thankfully, we had the resource to provide that kind of support. In addition to that, we also had like a quarterly team kind of like, brainstorming session. It's like an open session where it was a voluntary open session where leaders could just come in and just talk about any topics that they felt they needed support with. And, and it is not, again, to Manisha's point earlier, as an HR practitioner, you're not the only voice in the room, but people are learning for their peers. What we really saw helped was like the peer-based learning programs. So just wanted to share that.
Love the question, Brittany. We did have, as we were like focusing on building the solution space, one question stayed with me. It took me almost 2 years to figure out how to even begin to attempt to answer the question, was this whole thing of, hey, how come one team is really doing very well and the other team is not doing so well? And then it comes back to Amisha's earlier point. We measure individuals or we help them grow, but the team, same data scientist can be thriving in team A and completely not able to deliver in team B. And how do you identify what everything looks fine on the surface? So a solution which we came up with in working with 5 different CHROs and their teams, we call it team effectiveness. And it's very simple actually in hindsight. But what we did was we basically correlate multiple KPIs for the team vis-a-vis one output matrix. So for example, in some industries, let's say retail, sometimes attrition and recruiting, they both matter quite a bit, right? It's December time, I'm not hiring enough because the pressures are going up. But you choose 4 or 5 metrics, which kind of is the holy grail of your engine, whatever it might be. In healthcare, it's slightly different. In retail, it's slightly different. Often people are now also looking at diversity as one of the KPIs. You just don't have enough diversity. It could be gender diversity or cognitive diversity, different schools and different tenure, like experienced people and new thinking, doesn't matter. But think of 4 or 5 things which you believe are the anchor points for your engine or machinery of productivity in HR terms, right? So attrition normally comes, recruiting comes, some sorts of skills matrix comes in there. The DNA of the team, am I looking for like a repetitive work in which maybe diversity doesn't have that much value, in other areas it is, and then we correlate it with an outcome. So what happens is in all the leaders, they start getting a complete view in one picture of like, hey, I think I'm not able to deliver because maybe my recruiting is much slower than my peers, or hey, I'm not able to deliver because maybe the skill set is a little bit lower. So we don't present it like you didn't do well. We just present it to all the leaders saying, here's perspective for you all to see where you might be falling short in the complete picture for your organization. Sometimes it's just like, we've seen some really simple things. The number of check-ins that a manager was doing on an average with their employees. And if you correlate it with, you just hired a bunch of freshers from college, they just need a lot more hand-holding versus you have senior people, it doesn't. So I think the correlation again is where I will go back to. One of you said it, Amisha or Janine earlier, like the picture will change from company to company. So we could not say it has to be rigid. It's like you choose your 4 metrics that you're going to focus and measure and laser focus on, put them in it's very simple, like a grid. I can, maybe put it on LinkedIn, if people are interested. But literally each column is a KPI, and one of the KPI has to be an impact KPI. What are you measuring, right? Mm-hmm. And each row is a unit of population. So it could be a BU or a department or a manager or a country, doesn't matter, whatever your comparison thing is. Now you get a heat map of the correlations of your matrix, which may or may not be impacting the outcomes you're trying to do. And then you just do a very safe zone conversation of let's talk about how we can help each other. And how come you're able to hire in 45 days and I'm like sitting on this rec for 90 days and I can't hire? What's wrong? Right. So from that perspective, learn from each other is the human angle we try. Sometimes it becomes a shame, so we are very cautious of like, no, this is just perspectives, things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we just have 4 minutes left, I think. But because my question is a 60-second question, I don't think we should take 4 minutes. So as we wrap up, let's assume a peer tells any of us, hey, our people metrics aren't influencing the people they need to influence. They aren't influencing our leaders. They aren't influencing our board. What's one crystallized piece of actionable advice that you would leave with them? I see a long pause on everybody's face.
Okay, so I'll start, Brittany. So I see in the nature of what we do, we're talking to people analytics teams within all of our customers, right? So hundreds of companies, and I think it's what you started off with, talking about the isolation, right? So it seems really simple, and I think just people need to make a little note card just to remind themselves, connect anything you're talking about to the business, right? So don't do a meeting just focused on the whatever data points, whatever analytics you're talking about. You have to have a data story, and that's a skill set, but it's not. I don't think it's that tough. But you got to understand the business, and you need to be able to tell a data story to whoever you're talking to.
Thank you. I think that was less than 60 seconds. So you,
right.
You let it. Amisha.
Want to start with the same. Like, are you asking the right questions? Are you looking at the right problems? Are you asking, can we not afford to, right? Can we not afford to act? And what are the ramifications of not acting? Are you able to show the consequences of not acting? And if we're not able to show it, again, maybe we're not looking at the right data or the right insight. And last but not the least, I don't think we should give up. If one data point, if it's not working, if we're not able to influence with that, let's go back to the dashboard and see what are the decisions that really matter and what are the data points and the insights that we can provide to connect with that decision.
Manisha.
I'm going to literally invite them for a cup of coffee and say, let's have sometimes wine. And I've done this. Let's have a candid conversation. Why is this not working? And literally, like, you can tear it in shreds, but tell me why, and at least respect that. And second, I would say be open to understand what is top of mind for the people you're trying to convince, because in the end, our job is to equip them with the right information so they can take the right decisions. And oftentimes what I've seen is, I am very good at attrition analysis or whatever. I have data for this, so let me just present that. But that's not where the cognitive load is at the leadership level. Their focus is very different. Maybe they like your dashboard. Maybe they just don't have the luxury to focus on that at the moment, right? So I think just sometimes being cognizant of the fact that leaders above us have much stronger, bigger perspective, and sometimes we just don't have the right context. So seek that context. Come across as a high performer who's here to help them solve the problems, not here to sell your vision and your dashboard.
Yes.
It did not work because it is missing data, or it did not work because I love it, but I can't use it. And
right.
Okay, then what is your problem? So I focus on, it's the cusp, and it's a growing cusp, and it's, like, things are expanding in the last 10, 20 years. It's still change right now. So I think just giving them that space of saying, trust me, I'm here to be your partner, not a noise. What can I do for you? Reach that point, then they will start looking.
Absolutely. And I love that, because I think once people lock in on the value that you have to offer, they don't want to let you go, right? Whether you're external, internal, that value proposition is absolutely critical. I see some comments in the wider chat, like Guy says, change something, force people to interact with the metrics. Like, I love that. Force them to change, keep going, moving, evolving. Because if they don't feel the change, then they won't see what the impact is, right? And that outcome is absolutely critical. Manisha, there's lots of calls for that template, which tells us that people understand exactly how they should be connecting the people metrics to the organizational outcomes. Ladies, it has been an absolute joy moderating today. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise from your different spaces, and also for helping us understand how we really can connect people metrics and drive organizational outcomes. We look forward to many other engagements. And thank you to all of you who were tuned in with us and so interactive. Thanks, everybody. And on to the next session.
Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye. Thanks, Brittany.
Thank you to Brittany, Janine with M-Train, Amisha, and Manisha. Now that we've talked about measurement and impact, we're shifting into something just as critical, because even with the best metrics, Even the best metrics won't move the needle if the culture isn't aligned. Next up is culture strategy, shaping behaviors and norms to support performance. Jill, are you in the house?
I am in the house.
There she is. Jill, I'll leave it to you to get kickstarted with your panel, and we'll see you a little later.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm so excited to be here. What an honor to be joining the Hacking HR Summit, the People and Culture Strategy Summit. And this is one of my very, very favorite topics, which is the topic of culture, which we all know is not a soft topic, but absolutely a topic that can be measured and probably impacts our organizations more than any other topic. So I'm really excited to bring on this incredible panel. Let's bring them all in. Look at this. We have a full house here. I'm so excited to be here with these incredible people. We have a jam-packed 40 minutes. So welcome to all my panelists. What we're going to do is go around really, really quickly. I'm going to ask each one of my panelists to just quickly say your name and tell us what you do. And then we're going to jump into a surprise speed round that you didn't even know was coming, because that's a fun way to start a panel. So Jeff, we're going to start with you. Tell us your name and what you do.
So Jeff Jacobs, and most recently I was the Senior Director of Organizational Effectiveness at Adobe, and I retired from corporate employment at the end of last year, even though that was the best job I've ever had, because there's been a book brewing in me. So I'm working full-time on finishing up a book I've been working on.
Incredible. Can't wait to hear more about that. Welcome, Jeff. Cassandra.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Lowry. I'm in the Columbus, Ohio area. Currently, I am the global HR leader at a small startup organization, so building their HR function from scratch. But my previous role, I got to really dig into organizational health. I was a strategic advisor for 15Five. It's an HR tech company, and I advise companies on how to build their culture and think about really their organizational psychology. So love kind of digging into this type of topic.
So good to see you, Cassandra. Beth, welcome.
Hi, how are you? So my name is Beth Message, and I am at the start of year 4 of my business, Beth Message Coaching and Consulting. So after a long corporate career in Fortune 500 companies and some small startups, I now help companies to develop an internal pipeline of highly capable leaders at every level, both to grow careers and to drive business results.
Welcome. Kevin. Oh, Kevin, you're still on mute.
It says I'm unmuted, so can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm still Kevin Bohan. I'm the Chief HR Officer for Pro-Driven Global Brands. And my role is really an exciting role of taking the business priorities and challenges, right, and making sure that our talent, our people, our culture support that. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion today.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. And Bianca.
Hi, everyone. Bianca is my name. I'm joining you from Stockholm, Sweden. I'm a global HR director. I've been working in big companies, small companies, but currently, or the last few years, I've been working in scale-ups, working a lot with culture, performance culture, helping these organizations to grow up.
Excellent. Well, welcome everybody. We are going to jump into a surprise speed round, because before we talk about our topic, I think everyone wants to know a little bit more about you. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and give you no time to think about them. All right, Beth, coffee or tea, and what do you put into it?
100% tea, black with agave.
Ooh, nice. Bianca, coffee or tea, and what do you put into it?
I have black tea all the time, nothing in it.
Okay, and Jeff, coffee or tea, what do you put in it?
Coffee and I put in it cookies and cream protein from Costco.
Wow. I'm going to give points to Jeff on that one. Cassandra, mountains or ocean?
Oh, mountains, definitely. I'm a hiker.
Okay, Kevin, mountains or ocean?
I'm going to take the ocean today.
Nice. Jeff, cats or dogs?
I prefer dogs, but I've been a lifelong cat owner.
Interesting. A cat owner who prefers dogs. Bianca, cats or dogs?
Definitely dogs. I have a really beautiful one, 13 years here.
What is your dog's name?
Oh, it's hard. It's Swedish. It's Buse. It's called.
Oh, so cute. Okay. Beth, cats or dogs?
I am a dog person with a cat life, so I have a feline support staff of 2.
Okay, Kevin, what is the last show you binged?
Pluribus.
Oh, okay. Cassandra, the last show you binged?
Just finishing up a show called The Following, crime kind of psychological type show.
Nice. Jeff, the last show you binged?
I've been knee deep in The Pit.
Okay. And of course, those of you who are in the comments, we want to hear if you are coffee, tea, dog, cat, and the last show you binged. Okay, my last question. I want to hear this from everyone. Who do you text most often? Bianca.
Ooh, my parents.
Oh, so
Yes.
sweet. Kevin.
My 6th grade son. I snap him. I don't text him. I snap him. He won't respond to my text, so I have to use Snapchat.
I was going to say, there's no doubt that a 6th grader is way cooler than those of us that text. Beth, who do you text most often?
I have 3 friends that probably are about the same texting. They probably get about the same amount of texts. Yeah.
Love it. Cassandra, who do you text?
Well, since my spouse has a no phone type job, it's usually my mom.
Oh, nice. Jeff.
It is our family chat with my wife and 2 sons.
Oh, awesome. Well, I hope that was a little bit of fun. I'm so happy to be here with all of you today to talk about a topic that is near and dear to my heart. And so thrilled to be with the Hacking HR community. We have an amazing chat today. So many fabulous people who are commenting Coffee Mountain dogs and Fallout, lots of dog people, people that text their adult daughter, people that love cats, Stranger Things on Netflix. There's just too much to read and not enough time. So thanks to everyone that's joining us today. Before we dive in, I want to ask you, in the roles that you're in today, whether you're inside an organization or building your own consultancy or organization, what is one word, Jeff, that you would use to describe the kind of culture you are currently working to build?
This sounds a little obvious, maybe on point, but the word I would choose is flourishing. And I choose that because it is incredibly difficult. That's what we're all pursuing.
Flourishing is a great word. And Beth, you're in a similar situation. So what is a word that you would pick?
Intentional. Because culture is going to happen whether we do it intentionally or not. And so being really intentional about the explicit behaviors we want, practicing them in real work, and building the systems that support them is going to actually get us the culture we want.
That's great. I do love that word. And I've always said that culture is the one thing that is always happening. So you have the opportunity to intentionally impact it or let it happen behind your back. Kevin, tell us a story, something that's either happened years ago in your career or something that happened recently that most shaped how you think about culture.
I think for me, discussion around culture is when I was talking to, this was my mother who worked at a company years ago, and I knew that she could change jobs. She could get another job. She could get a better job. She had the capability to do that, but she loved the people that she worked with. She loved her team. She loved the mission of the organization. And it was just surprising to me because it was the culture that that leader had created that kept her going to work every day, kept her excited, kept that whole group together. So to me, that was my first understanding that culture can supersede pay, benefits, your office environment, all those things. And it's really a powerful tool for us to have.
Do you have any idea what that leader did, or did your mom ever share what some of those things were?
I think I was probably just too young at that point to fully understand. I think it's only now that I look back and I understand that difference and I look to see. But I think what it came down to is she had friends at work, right? It was, they created the space to have friends and to connect. And they were almost part of her family in that aspect.
That's a beautiful story. Bianca, do you have a story yourself of what shaped your view?
I think last year we tried to implement the high performance culture, I think, and we were really like, yes, this is going to work really great. And then we got pushback from one of our teams because it's like high performance culture. We know what it is, right? But the creative team that we had was reacting really strongly and really like, this is not going to happen. And oh, what is this? And then that taught us that culture only works if it's very explicit. And that we all aligned on what it actually means. So it's like culture doesn't mean the same everywhere. So we have to make sure that we know what we're talking about.
What do you mean when you say culture has to be explicit?
Well, we need to know what we mean with it. If we're saying high performance culture, what does that mean? The team that got really upset was like, what? Do we have to work even harder now? But we're already doing everything that we need to do. And now they're going to push us and then we're going to be burned out. And this is that the company culture that we're creating? So we have to be sure that that's not what we mean. It's not about working harder. It's about working smarter, doing the right things.
Yeah. And then there's also the difference in explicit behavior and what we say, because there are lots of organizations that are saying one thing and being super intentional, to use Beth's word, right, about what the culture is, and then modeling behavior that shows something really, really different. And so then how are we being explicit? That's another really interesting conversation. So Beth, in organizations that you've worked in or worked with, when culture is working at its best, when you see best in class, what is the behavior or what are the behaviors that you see most consistently?
Yeah. I think if I had to boil it down to one thing, if an organization does only one thing, having leaders who address issues early and directly together has a huge halo, right? Because for that to be true, it means they have to have a culture of trust, of psychological safety. It means they have to have shared norms. So there is an understanding of this is how work gets done here. There has to be accountability. Like, we don't ignore issues. We don't outsource them to some unknown HR person who's going to go handle it for us. And I think what it really reflects is mature leadership. That idea that we're not reactive, we are proactive, and we have a level of discernment. And so I think, it sounds like a simple thing, but it takes a lot. And if an organization can just demonstrate that in their culture, I think you're looking at a really solid organization.
Yeah, I mean, that alone, between getting to things early, building trust, seeing leaders that are truly holding people accountable, that is like the nirvana of an organization. Beth, what are some tips you have to help organizations just start on a path to get to one of those?
Yeah, I agree with Bianca. It's a lot about being explicit, and I think a co-creation, right? So one of the things I do a lot with teams is work on building team norms, because we think about norms as these like organic things that happen, and they will happen organically, but they can really actually, having explicit norms can really help drive performance. When teams can have a clear shared understanding, they spend less energy navigating confusion, and they can put more energy to doing the work. And so being able to come together and say, what are our values? What are our competencies? What are our goals that we're trying to establish? And then what behaviors, and what do those behaviors look like, and how do we make them observable? And then how do we both hold people accountable to that, but build it into our systems, whether that's performance management, talent management, leadership reviews, touch bases, just building an ecosystem that then enables people to enables and expects people to demonstrate those norms. I think that's how you get there. I think the way you don't get there is you have a great session where we have the Post-it notes, we put them up on the chart, and then we do a team picture afterwards, and then somebody types it up because we're going to type it up, and it goes into a shared drive to die. I could wallpaper a bathroom with those, like all of those that, went somewhere to die. So it really is about making it a living part of the organization.
So beautifully said. Thank you so much. Bianca, what makes culture strategic rather than symbolic in an organization?
I think if I look at our organization, if you want things to work, you have to make sure that it shapes decisions, priorities. You have to define the trade-offs. So I think culture avoid having values on the wall or nicely framed or on a slide, but making sure that it's really embedded in everything that's happening. So if I take it as an example, the high performance culture, we decided we have scorecards. We did a pilot with scorecards that people got really clear on what is it we want people to work with. And now the second year, we're connecting it to compensation, to promotion, evaluations, and we have defined in the performance review process success drivers for high performance, and we evaluate people on that. So I think the key is that you really embed it in your organization to make it successful.
Kevin, what would you add to that?
I think Bianca covered a lot of the key pieces. The only other piece that I would add in there would be is the culture should show up and map to your overall strategy. So how is it helping you to achieve that strategy? So you're not doing a one-off employee engagement event at a certain month in the year, but don't really embed in your culture an inclusive way of operating, as you do it as a one-off, as a flash in the pan.
Mm-hmm. Cassandra, where have you seen culture go off the rails?
It's definitely that aspect of accountability, kind of like, Kevin, Beth, Bianca all mentioned, it needs to be embedded. It can't just be symbolic. And so not only do you need to establish it, make it very clear and explicit, and then also integrate it in your strategy, but you need to follow through on it. And actually, one of my favorite books around this topic is Patrick Lencioni, The Advantage. And he was kind of talking about some of the things that leaders need to do to create a healthy organization. And one thing that I very much believe, and he also mentioned in his book, is if you have a high performer, but they do not emulate your values and they're not behaving right, if you keep them around, you're basically telling the rest of employees that you don't believe what you say you believe. And so that's an example of, I think sometimes the HR function, we think, oh, we don't want any turnover. We don't, sometimes it feels bad that it's the terminology also feels bad. We're coaching people out. And yeah, we don't really love that. That doesn't sound great. But at the same time, you cannot keep somebody who continues to ignore and also create a bad environment, because it brings down your high performers. And it also shows that you're not serious about the culture you're trying to build. So I'd say that's a big thing of going off the rails, is not staying true to it, making sure that leaders actually follow through and are holding things accountable.
I really echo your comment, Cassandra. And, there's a meme or a quote that I've posted multiple times. Culture is what you tolerate. And isn't it so true that you can look in organizations and I'm sure all of us in our roles have worked with leaders that have the famous saying of, well, so-and-so works in an organization and this person is such a high performer and this person gets such outstanding results, comma, and we know what comes after that, right? But this person, and then you find out it unravels the way that this person behaves, or the line of dead bodies in the road behind the person, but they get such good results. And that's what you're tolerating. And that level of toxicity creates such an impact. Well, thank you for that. Jeff, which behaviors have you been most intentional about reinforcing and hardest to shift?
There was a comment that I noticed where someone talked about mature leadership. And for me, one of the best examples of mature leadership is transparency. So for me, transparency is the foundation of so many of the things that we're talking about. Transparency in terms of information that I have, and transparency in terms of real-time feedback for employees. And it's hardest to shift because, well, I'll give you two examples. I worked for one company that was unfortunately prone to layoffs twice a year. So managers had a disincentive to provide feedback to employees or to address subpar performance because they just kept this quiet, hidden layoff list. So they knew they could tolerate pretty much anything for 6 months, and then they could just put the individual on the layoff list and be done with it. I contrast that with a wonderful culture. It was a nice culture, but we were so focused on preserving relationships that we didn't provide people the candid feedback that we're after. And the research that I've seen that I think is most telling is that people's greatest fear isn't that they're going to be criticized, it's that they're not going to be told the truth about where they stand. Mm-hmm. So that lack of transparency and that ambiguity about where I stand, we fill those gaps with worst case scenarios. And instead of rising to the level of trust we provide to employees, if we withhold information, if we're not transparent, that's when we see the increase in gossip and passive aggressive behavior and all the things that are so common.
Isn't it amazing how we are all struggling with giving honest feedback, but we all so desperately want to hear the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's such powerful insight, Jeff. Thank you for that. Kevin, how do you know that culture strategy is working when it's working?
I think it's when it's working, the company's performing, right? Because that's why you're there. You're performing and your turnover is low, right? And it becomes embedded in what you do. And just building off, Jeff's point of making sure the feedback is there, right? So one of the things that I do across the HR team is we do our talent succession reviews like all organizations do, where you look at everybody and you talk about the talent and what you need in development. But we actually match those notes up with the performance reviews at the end of the year. So we know that if we're talking about a certain individual and saying, hey, they need to work on A, B, and C skill, if we don't see something in their performance review that says they need to work on A, B, C skill, we're going to call that out to the manager to make sure that feedback loop is closed. And to your point, Joe, they have the trust so that they can build and grow. How do you get better if you're not getting the feedback? And to me, that's when you know the culture is good, when you set up the conditions so that people get the feedback and then they have a chance to grow from that.
That's great. Bianca, what do you do to make sure that the strategy is working?
What do I do?
how do you know that your culture strategy is working?
Well, it's work in progress. So it's like we're still implementing everywhere. If I look at what we're doing right now, but it's exactly as we're saying, making sure that it's embedded in everything, that there is like accountability, that we follow up on it, and making sure that our leaders are driving the right behaviors and follow up on it. So that's the main point, I would say.
Beth, when you're working with clients, how do you help diagnose whether their culture strategy is working?
You know, one of the first things I look at is, well, how have you defined that you will know that it's working? And I know that sounds super obvious, but you know, there are things that we can look at, like Kevin, totally agree. Like the culture can be great, but the business we have to be driving results as well. But on the flip side, like, how are we getting to those results, right? So sometimes you'll hear an organization say, we're a high performance culture. And what that really is code for is we reward long hours and constant availability. So maybe you're getting results, but you're burning your people out. So is that truly a high performance culture? Is that how you're defining it? Or are you defining high performance culture as we rigorously will stop doing work that we do not believe adds value, and we can actually point back to work that we have stepped away from and other work we've reinvested in? So I think you have to look at metrics, absolutely, but also look at how do you define the way that you get to those metrics, and then how are we going to know organizationally that we've achieved that? And a lot of times, you know, when I hear a company be like, oh, we'll know it when we see it. And it's like, I mean, no, no, you won't. You actually have to know what you're looking for.
That's great. So again, just like the culture, setting the expectations up front and being explicit about it. Okay, we're going to play another game. Everybody loves games. It makes these panels so much fun. So I'm going to call out a phrase, and it's a culture phrase. And I would like you to tell me whether it helps or hurts culture in an organization and why. Okay, so here's the first phrase. The phrase is culture fit. Culture fit. Bianca, does it help or hurt culture, and why?
Ooh, this is a hard one because I always talk about culture fit. But this year I've been changing my mind a little bit, because for me, if you hire people for cultural fit, you hire those who are familiar rather than raising the bar. So being focused on the high performance. So I would rather have like cultural alignment, so that people are aligned, but that they are adding to the culture, so that they can lift and help the organization grow stronger and to take it to the next level.
Okay, so you like cultural alignment better than cultural
fit, because I think status quo then.
Okay, anyone with a different point of view? Anyone want to take the counter?
I don't know that it's the counter so much as saying, again, it's about making it explicit. So I work with an organization that they would say they're a values-based organization, and they are, but they are very clear what the values are, and their values tied to performance, and it's tied into all of their systems. And when they have exited someone, which I'm aware of, and I've had conversations around when they have, you know, it's not the air quotes of they didn't fit the values. It was, here is how we expect people to demonstrate the values, and here's how we saw that this person didn't. So I do worry with cultural fit that it can sometimes be used again as code for like, they're not for us. So again, I think the more that we can get clear of, okay, so what is cultural fit? What will this person be doing? How will we seeing them behave? How will they lead? And that's when I think it can actually be really, really powerful, for sure.
And according to our studio audience, they are not a fan of cultural fit. We are hearing hurts, eye roll, definitely hurts, capital hurts, definitely fit. That person likes it, hurt. I cringe when leaders use that phrase, someone says. Someone suggested cultural add. Someone told us that cultural fit could be a form of bias. Someone likes cultural add. So we've got all kinds of thoughts, and someone said, Beth, 100% you nailed it. So thank you for that. Okay, here's my next one. Fail fast. Fail fast. Jeff, do you like it? Does it help or hurt culture?
So failing fast is, it's nice alliteration. You got the two F's going on there. But when you focus on fail fast, it sends, I think, the wrong message, because really what we're talking about here is, number one, are we taking informed, intelligent risks? Do we have the appropriate risk tolerance within our organization? And then when we do fail, are we learning fast? So this notion of failing fast could reinforce that I'm not doing my due diligence. And I think an organization does have to have a certain amount of risk tolerance. We need to learn, we need to I'm a big fan of rapid iteration, but fail fast without explanation can hurt a culture.
Ooh, very nice differentiation there. Kevin, how do you feel about fail fast?
I agree with Jeff on the learn fast. I think that's a key piece, but I think the underarching piece that has to be in place is the comfort and the okayness with failing fast, right? So if I fail in a meeting and I look bad, how are we talking about that, right? So really making sure that, okay, Kevin failed. What did he learn from that, right? How quickly did he course correct? And how did the business respond, right? Do I get put on a project someplace else that's much smaller now because I failed? People have to feel comfortable to share that they failed, but know what they learned coming out of that issue or situation.
Very nice. And our friends in the studio audience, like safely failing versus failing fast. We talked about defining failing fast, as you both said. Someone talked about failing forward, which I think is really interesting. And I've heard a couple people talking about failing forward as well, which I think is really, really interesting. Okay, Bianca, high performance, high care. High performance, high care. Is it helpful or hurtful to culture?
Helpful. Definitely. And Beth was already mentioning it. So what kind of culture do you create? So if you only have if you have high performance, but no care, then there's the big risk of burning people out. And if you have high care, but no performance, nothing moves forward. So I think it's really important. So you need to have both and holding them both at the same time. So
Okay.
I think it's very helpful.
Okay, Cassandra, how do you feel about high performance, high care?
You know, to be honest, I feel like some of these other phrases, it started off as a good thought process, and now others are kind of hiding behind it, and it's not being used with this intention. But generally, I like to think of this one as good. You know, if you're just looking for performance, you're treating employees like a number and expecting them not to be human. So you need to actually care about them, care about their well-being, make them feel like they are a human, and most likely you will get the best productivity from them because they feel supported, they feel empowered, they feel like, you know, if you're the manager in the situation, they feel like their manager is advocating for them and, you know, helping them to grow into their role. So I usually really do like this phrase as long as it's used in its best intention of ensuring that you have those pieces in place for employees to have that balance of high performance, but still, you know, have the strong well-being and mental health so that they don't get burnt out.
Bianca and Cassandra, you have a lot of fan club right now in the comments. Everyone's agreeing with you. So we are all good. Kevin, bring us home. This last one is bring your whole self to work. Does it help culture or hurt culture?
I think this is one that we could argue either side, right? I think it's a divisive one. And I think, to me, bring your whole self to work is bring your values, bring your identity, bring who you are as a person to work. But I think where it started to flex a little bit, and I was talking to an individual the other day, it was a junior person. They were presenting to a more senior level group, and we were just debriefing afterwards. And you know, the individual was wearing a hoodie during the presentation, which we do in a lot of our meetings, so it's not out of the norm for the culture. But we had a discussion around, hey, you're showing up for the executive group, right? This is your career. This is who you want to present as yourself. Think about who you are as a professional. We still want your ideas. We want your background. We want your diverse way of thinking. But there's also that professionalism that comes in. The flip side also is we have some managers where, you know, someone's bringing all their problems at home to work. We have an employee assistance program. We want to support people in their time of need, right? And help them through different stages of life. But when a manager starts becoming more therapist than manager, that's maybe when we've got too much in the workplace. So it's that balance of helping and embracing people, but also getting that professionalism in. But I'd be curious to see what everyone else has to say.
Me too. Bianca, how do you feel about bring your whole self to work?
Oh, I've had some really bad experience with that, with one employee that was so negative and so angry because she had like this worst experience at home and brought that, and you could feel it from like 10 meters ahead. And she was throwing back at us like, well, you always say that I can bring my whole self. This is me. So yeah, I think I totally agree with what Kevin says. And I also think sometimes I think it's like bring your professional self. So that there's like some kind of boundary in where you could do it. So some limitation.
Okay, Jeff, weigh in. Bring your whole self to work. Like it or leave it?
Leave it. Leave it. You know, my take on bring your whole self to work is that it is an expectation that organizations cannot live up to. It is just too confusing as far as what does it mean and how does it play out in practice. And unless we are going to define what it means, then the phrase by itself is just too dangerous.
All right. I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to ask each one of you for your advice. But before I ask that question, I'm going to ask a really important question, which is, what is one behavior that HR leaders should stop tolerating immediately if we want culture to drive results? And I think this is a really important question because I think all of us and probably everyone in our community who's sitting in an HR leader role has someone in the organization or a client that they're working with that's doing something we don't love. What should we stop tolerating? Beth, I'll start with you.
I think we need to stop tolerating or stop allowing leaders to treat leadership as the optional part of the job. You know, the thing of like, well, I have the tasks and the work and all important, but I can never give feedback because I don't have time. I can never do a touch base. I can't get the reviews done. All of the things that get put into this bucket, like this like loose people bucket. And the reality is, I mean, there are two realities, right? Part of the reason people get moved into senior roles, they want to grow their careers. They want to have a bigger title, bigger compensation. Well, to do that, we also have to give you a team, and then you have to lead that team. But we don't always explicitly hold people accountable to the leadership piece. And that's where I think Cassandra was saying earlier, that idea of we say what our values are, but we don't actually demonstrate them, or we have a leader who's not demonstrating them, but they still continue to get promoted or get their bonus or whatever. When we allow leaders to treat leadership as an optional part of the job, we're undermining everything with our culture.
I agree. Okay, I just got the 5-minute notice. We're having way too much fun and time has just flown by. By the way, we need to, according to our studio audience, we need to stop tolerating that managing is leading because they are not one in the same. Beth, spot on. You have a new fangirl, according to someone here. We need to stop tolerating work-life balance. Someone here believes that it's work-life harmony. So lots of good thoughts out there. We have just enough time, almost 1 minute each, for each of you to give one piece of advice on how you can shape culture that genuinely supports performance, particularly in today's world of uncertainty. And we are going to start with Cassandra.
Yeah, I would say, shaping culture, it's certainly about seeing the big picture and not getting too honed in on one specific asset or aspect and losing sight of all the others. It's kind of like, as the HR person, you have to think about the whole employee experience and how culture lives in each different piece. One quick example, and then I'll be done, is like, are you staying true to your brand even with hiring? because you might not, explain your brand well enough or attract the right candidates. And then you hire somebody and then you might have quick turnover. And not because that individual, can't cut it, but because what they were told during the interview process is not what they're experiencing when they join the company and they've decided they're not willing to stick it out. So you really need to think about all different aspects of culture and not just get too blinded in one specific piece.
Thank you. Jeff.
Sorry about that. Vulnerability, modeling vulnerability would be my answer, because the more we do it as leaders within the organization and coaches in the organization, the more we give permission for others to do the same. And that builds psychological safety, trust, and it's the behavior we want to follow.
Beautiful. Bianca.
Sorry about that. I think, especially in uncertain times, strong culture perhaps doesn't remove like the tension and all the insecurity, but it helps to resolve it through clarity. I think if times are uncertain, it's not about how we feel, but it's like how do we make the decision. So when we already have defined like what wins when there are tough times. So what are the trade-offs? Is it quality or is it speed or what is it? Then I think performance can become more predictable. And that means also that culture becomes strategic.
Beautiful. Beth.
Yeah, I go back to intentionality in that be really intentional about what you want the culture to be. Identify the behaviors and tell people what it means to bring that culture to life and to uphold it, hold them accountable, embed it into the systems, and be honest about what your culture actually is. We're a culture of feedback, support, growth, and everyone's in the company's like, no. Be honest with the culture that you have if you are really serious about trying to get where you want to go.
Thank you. Kevin.
All right, I'm going to build off Beth's intentional and give us just a quick tactical one, is to reward and recognize the right behaviors that support your culture when you see them, right? Call them out, get your senior leaders to call them out, make a point of talking about it on calls, sharing it with individuals to reinforce that that's the right way to operate, and people will feel more comfortable stepping into that space.
Amazing. Well, it has been one of the most exciting and fun and interesting 40 minutes that went so fast. Such a great audience. Thank you all so much for your comments in the panel. It was a ton of fun being here with everyone today. Thank you, Jessa. Thank you, Enrique. So good to see you, Enrique. Oh my goodness, hi.
What's going on, my friend? So good to see you. Hello, everybody. I know all of you, obviously, so thank you so much. Jill and I go way back when Hacking HR started at the end of 2017. The second event that we ever did was in New York City, and she moderated that event, a panel. Jill, this is it's going to be 9 years this year. So yeah, I know. So I know, I don't even want to say it, but it's going to be 9 years. So thank you for everything and for your, extraordinary moderation and for all the phenomenal insights from this incredible panel. So Jill, thank you so much for always being such an amazing supporter. And I mean, obviously Bianca, Kevin, Jeff, Cassandra, and Beth, you're always there for the community, and we appreciate you all so much. So thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thanks for your time, everybody. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. Jessa, you can let everybody go. Thank you so much. And everybody tuning in, thank you for being part of this People and Culture Strategy Summit, our very first virtual event of the year. It's been amazing. I'm in the back end. For those of you who don't know, we have a private chat conversation among the panelists and the speakers. And I feel that I have something to say about every comment that these phenomenal speakers were making from my past life in as a corporate HR professional. So, and I'm sure that all of you, I'm seeing your comments, phenomenal insights. All of it has been great. So for those of you who have been tuning in for the entire summit, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, sticking with us for almost 2.5 days now. I hope that you have, gotten some great value from the insights of the experts that we have in the panels. For those of you who just connected recently, or if you have missed any of the sessions that we have done, on Monday of next week, we are going to be posting all the videos of the event individually, each video. And as you probably know by now, all of the members in our community, free members, premium members, or premium plus members, you all get a digital diploma of attendance for having attended this event, whether you did so live or you catch up with the virtual event, with the virtual videos later on. So all of that will be available to you on Monday of next week. To those of you who are Premium or Premium Plus members in our community, in addition to the digital diploma for attending the event, you also get a Credly digital badge that you can share on your social media, and obviously you get your HR credits as well. So to all of those joining us now and attending right now, we have 2 more panels to go, 2 more sessions to go. The next one is Trust and Psychological Safety, Building Environments that Enable Accountability and Learning. So I am hoping that you find a lot of great insights in this panel as well. I'm going to let Lauren join me. Lauren, are you ready? Thumbs up if you're ready to come to the screen with me. Yes, Jessa, please bring Lauren to the stage with me. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Good. So good to see you. How's everything going? How's life? How's everything going?
Oh, there we go.
Whoa, nice.
Amazing. I just came back from Sedona. I went on a retreat for several days. It was my first time really spending time in Sedona, and it was absolute magic. And the former 80 to 100 hour worker in me would never have made time for it. And having altered how I life and work is just incredible.
Well, first of all, I am so happy for you and to hear that, we're talking about creating cultures that allow multiple things to happen. One of which is this one, that you can be, that you can have the freedom and the space, to not be just a fully working person, but a fully human person that has a life too. But the second thing to that is, do you know that you were just down the road from me? I live in Flagstaff, Arizona. You were literally 40 minutes south from me. So next time that you come to Sedona, please take some time to go to do coffee in Sedona or in Flagstaff. But I'm glad that you had such a great time. So Lauren, are you ready for your panel?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
All right. All the panelists ready back there. I see Jeff, Laura, Susie, and I think we may be missing one panelist, back there. I don't see her yet, but Lauren, we're going to let her in whenever she joins. But for now, just please let everybody come here, to the stage so that we can begin this conversation. Hey, Laura. Hey, Jeff. Hi, Susie. So good to see you all. Thank you so much for being here. I believe we're missing, we're missing 2 panelists in this panel, Sheila and Tiffany. We are right on time. So if they join, they join. But in the meantime, you all feel free to just, go ahead and have a wonderful conversation. I'm going to be in the background learning from all of you and supporting you as needed. So, Jessa, we can remove it from the screen and let Lauren drive her show. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Enrique. Welcome in, everyone. So excited to have this conversation in particular. Trust and psychological safety is so underutilized in our workplaces in so many ways. So to be able to talk about this from the HR perspective, from the partnership internally perspective, so amazing. So I will start by introducing myself, and then we'll go around and do some intros, and then we'll hop in. So I am Lauren Lefkowitz. I am a fractional chief HR officer and an executive coach, and started my career, for 20 years in corporate HR. And and now I own Fine as a Trap and do coaching and consulting. So I'm so happy to be with you all. I'm in Delaware on the East Coast of the US. And I'm so excited about this topic. So Laura or Laura, if you can get us started, and then we'll just go around the room and tell us who you are, why this topic is exciting for you, and what you do and where you are.
Thank you. And thank you. Yes, I am both Laura and Laura, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm Laura Carreau. I have been in HR for over 15 years now. So Lauren, and I love the name of your business, by the way, Fine as a Trap. Oh, golden. Have been in a multitude of different organizations, from being employee number 9 to being in a large, like, multinational franchise organization. And now we're doing advisory and consulting work for companies that need a little extra support when it comes to compliance and higher standards of regulation, like specialty healthcare, things of that nature. And I run Iconic People with my business partner, Amanda, who was in a panel yesterday. So really excited to be here. I'm now based out of Phoenix. So you mentioned Sedona. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to get back up there. Originally from Miami, but now I'm based in Phoenix. And psychological safety for me is, I feel like it's a foundational piece. Like, it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like, you cannot have a well-functioning business, a machine, without the people that are in it being able to do their job fully and completely. So this topic for me is really exciting, and I'm happy to be here.
Great. Jeff.
So it's good to be with everybody. I'm Jeff Jacobs, and for the past 7 years, I've been the Senior Director of Organizational Effectiveness at Adobe, which means facilitating tailored engagements for executive leadership teams, like team effectiveness, change management, leadership development, and most often, trust and psychological safety as the foundation, really, more than anything else. In spite of the fact that this was some of my favorite work, I walked away from the corporate world at the end of last year to finish up a book I've been working on the topic of flourishing versus approval seeking, and have been focused on that and doing some speaking and consulting on a part-time basis while I work on the book. It's great to be with everybody. I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Sheila. Sheila, would you introduce yourself?
Hi there. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties. Well, good afternoon, everyone in the panel, everyone that's joining us today. So my name is Sheila. I have been in HR world for 2 decades now. I was in the healthcare for nonprofit for a decade, then got out and went to a consulting firm twice. So right now I am in advisory consulting firm. Now, why psychological safety? Is because it really matters, because people do better work when they're not managing fear. So to me, this is very exciting to talk about. And I'm in Washington, D.C.
And Susie.
So pleased to be here. My name's Susie Lewis. I am British, but I am based in Southwest France. I also spent 20 years in corporate, dealing with leadership, diversity and inclusion, digital transformation, and of course, psychological safety and trust, which are foundational. But I set up my own business called Transform for Value to look at the value of transformation, particularly the human dimension and the human systems of organizations, big and small, in all different sectors. So I help leaders and organizations bridge that gap between digital and human, and look at the building blocks of what creates environments where people can thrive. Psychological safety and trust are just topics that are so foundational to everything, including the workplace. And I just love talking about them because they sound so simple and they're actually messy and human. So I think the more we can talk about it and the more we can operationalize this subject, the better. So that's why I'm here, and I'm pleased to be here.
Amazing, amazing set of panelists. I'm really excited to have this conversation. So as we're talking, I'll ask some questions, and just come off mute and pay attention to each other's mute buttons so that we all can answer every question. I do want to point out that Jeff, you've got some really nice well wishes in the comments there from our audience about your book. So lovely to see that, and also lovely to see that the chat is active. So audience, listeners, watchers, as you're hearing what's going on, if you have comments, if you have questions, bring them in. We'll do our best to bring them into the conversation as well. So let's start with, if you kind of look at where organizations and companies are, and especially the shift we've had since COVID started, to sort of whole life looking, right? We're not just looking at separating work and life, and when you're here, you're working, and that's it. And also, we've seen some trouble adapting to that in a lot of organizations. So where do you see organizations undermining trust, losing trust, not gaining traction on trust as you've all been working internally and externally? And again, just hop off mute when you're ready to give us a response.
I think we're a very polite group, so we're waiting for someone else to start. But
we'll get there. We'll get there. The first ones are always a little choppy, but we'll get there.
No, I'm happy to jump in. And I reflect on when I first started my career, and I actually had an expectation coming into the corporate world that there would be more trust, that it was kind of this adage of bring your whole self to work. And then I started getting in trouble for that. And I started seeing that that wasn't always the case. So I do see us undermining. A lot of it has to do with the fact that we are not modeling the behaviors that we are claiming are important to us as an organization. And we will throw words out, but we don't necessarily define what they mean in practice. And I think both of those things get us into trouble along the way.
Mm-hmm. And if I can build on that, Jeff, I wholly sort of concur with what you say. I think it's about clarity and intention. So clarity of what we want to do, clarity of where that fits into the business strategy, and what that means for leadership behaviors. And I'm not just talking about senior leaders, just the way you lead yourself in an organization, and more particularly leaders who are more visible. So I think it's that clarity and the intentionality of role modeling, as Jeff said, but also what does that mean for my behavior, and what happens if I don't behave like that? Because if I'm looking at values and the words psychological safety and trust on a wall, I'm going to have a definition of what I expect to see. And if I see things that are completely the opposite, if there's no consequence to that, then I'm stuck in an ambiguous place. And I think often it's what I call the intention impact gap. So the strategic intention is often not operationalized. And I think that's where it undermines people who are doing it, and also our strategic intention that we've communicated widely.
I'd like to add on to Susie's and Jeff's comments. I completely agree about the lack of operationalizing. I think when we're talking about this topic of psychological safety sounds so, heady and very ambiguous. And at the end of the day, it's about having a relationship. Just because we're at work doesn't mean we're not having a relationship with other human beings. And if you can't create a foundation of trust that both people or both parties can agree on, then essentially we're not basing our communication and the way that we operate on the same definition. Again, to Susie's point of the lack of operationalizing, I feel like when we think about this outside of the context of work, makes sense. And then we bring it into the context of work, and all of a sudden it's like 404 error. We just don't understand that it's still for the purpose of having a relationship, collaboration, communication, and we need to understand where the other side is coming from.
Sheila, would you like to add?
Yeah, to add to that, being honest sometimes is frowned upon, so in terms of that psychological safety, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I will anyway. It's like, if you're honest, you're damn. If you're not honest, you're still damn. So, and I need to keep my job, right? So there's also that fear. So that is the reason why the trust in the psychological safety is so important, coming from the management level. Because if you are not honest, you get penalized. You're honest, you get penalized. So I will leave it at that.
Yeah, thanks for that point. That it leads us so nicely into our next question, but we can see how damaging it can be. And I even heard hesitation in your voice in sharing it, right? You said, "Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to share this." You are. We are hopefully in a safe space here and setting an example for folks who are tuning into this and who are watching the replay, that we have to decide that we are a safe space. And then we get to figure out how to foster that. So that leads in nicely to our next question, which is, what does create and foster an environment of trust and psychological safety? And if you can, as you're answering, get really specific about things you've seen, actions you've seen, behaviors that you've seen in leadership that have created this like warm, welcoming, open environment.
So I think I'll start with this one. And I think I can use my team. Now, for my team, right away, I will let them know the day that, even in the interview process, it's better that you are upfront with me, because trust is so important to me, that if that trust is broken, it's really difficult for me to trust. So if you make a mistake, own it. We're all professional. No, it's very difficult. So, they're not used to that, where, my HR director actually, it's okay for me to come to his office and to her office and say, I made a mistake, and I'm not going to get penalized for that. So I always come from a place, of course, of curiosity of why is people making mistake and not coming in and letting me know. So, for me, is that I tell them right away, to work for me and to be able to be, for me to be able to support you, you have to be honest. It's better that you're honest now than me later on finding out that you're not honest. Then it's going to be a different story. And like I said earlier, you're not going to get damn because you're being honest with me. And it's the same thing with me, right? As the director of HR in my company, I need to sometimes step back and say, okay, am I going to get, and I don't like to use the word trouble. I'm not in kindergarten. And I said, am I going to, get in trouble? And then my CEO will always say, Sheila, speak your mind. You're safe. I got you. So when you have that somebody behind you says, I got you, you're more willing to open up. And, and because of that, error will surface faster, decisions improve, and, of course, your performance rises, because I know that I'm not going to get penalized because I made a mistake and I didn't feel safe.
I think it's just building on that. It's about permission. So it's about what is allowed here and what isn't allowed here. And I think that was a great example of being explicit about what is allowed here and what isn't allowed here, and role modeling that. So, for example, if you're starting with a new team, or you can feel that there are different levels of maturity on this subject of feeling that they can speak up. I used to run open door sessions, and every Friday morning my door was open. It was before COVID, so most people were in the office, but you can do them online as well, of course. And it's really about framing that space. And I was like, this is not a complaints office. This is for anything you want to tell me, anything you would like to share, if you want my opinion on something. But it's not around coming and just dumping complaints. It's about constructively having a discussion, and please feel free. And for those that don't feel that they can do that, there's an ideas box. And, if people don't feel that they want, or they're too shy, or for whatever reason, they can put ideas, and there are no silly ideas. And the repetition of that every single month or every single week, and we would get all the ideas out, and some people put them in anonymously and some didn't, and there were no silly ideas. And that framing every time of, this is our team space, there are no silly ideas, we're going to learn from each other, and just being open about, I've just come out of a meeting where I'm pretty charged, does somebody else want to take on the start of this meeting? And I just think being as open as that, whatever level you are, you're a human, and we all get triggered, and there are politics and tension and everything in organizations. And because, as Laura said, it's about relationships. So I think just being really, really explicit with the permission, to the point of maybe I'm stating the obvious, I think that's a great way to build it through team rituals and retrospectives and everything that you normally do.
If I can add to Susie's comments, yeah, and I think it's something that we need to model from the very beginning, especially if we're in a leadership role, like Sheila was talking about. If we're supposed to request this behavior, we need to model the behavior and then reward the behavior. There's no way that we're gonna get them to do it first. It's something that we need to set the stage for, and we need to create the container for those things to happen. And sometimes it's as very cut and dry, like Susie mentioned, like I need a minute, I need to take a breath, and just again reminding people of our own humanity and accepting the humanity in the folks that are on the other side of whatever interaction it is, whether it's a subordinate, whether it's your CEO. Again, it's about the relationships, and also distinguishing when you're responsible versus accountable for something. So you asked for specific examples, and like I can think of an example where I made a mistake and I gathered my entire team and I was like, well, I screwed this one up like real nice, and this is what I'm going to do to rectify the situation. This is what I have done. What are your thoughts? If it's something that, again, because we need to distinguish leadership and not like trauma dump on our staff either, but we do need to create the space of, maybe I made the mistake because I decided to take everything upon myself and I didn't open it up to the rest of the group. I would like and appreciate your feedback and input, and then obviously you go and do what you think is the appropriate thing. But giving, operating out loud, I guess, is what I'm looking for, the words I'm looking for, and showing like we're not gonna nail it and get it perfect 100% of the time, but creating that space where you can, trip up and mess up and you can recover from that really creates that, like, the shoulders drop immediately for everybody else in the room, knowing like I can come forward to my leader, like Sheila was describing, and say, I really kind of, screwed this one up. Can I get your support and this is my plan?
Lauren, this question clearly resonates since we all want to comment on it. I'd like to offer up a couple of examples. I had the good fortune of being the HR leader for a chief financial officer's organization of 500 individuals. And I'll give a shout out. He's retired, but I'll give a shout out to Neil Williams. He was such a wonderful leader. And after much research and assessment, the decision was made that we were going to outsource a portion of our operations. And we were in his office with communications people and whatnot, trying to decide how to manage this. Now, in many cases, we would wait until the day of the layoffs and then craft this perfect message, hit send, and we'd be done. But in discussing the different options, what Neil said is, what I found, Jeff, over my career is when we're not sure what to do, I always default to honesty. And what he did is he stood up in an all hands in front of every employee 6 months prior to the action taking place and let them know, here's the business case for what we're doing. We don't know exactly who's going to be impacted. We are hoping that people stay on to train their backfills, their replacements, if you will. And it was a tremendous risk to the business because people could take off. But what ended up happening is it fostered greater loyalty, and we actually saw engagement go up within the organization. So I thought that was a very unique experience that left people feeling very good, and that it wasn't a personal retribution, but they saw the business case and respected how they were treated.
I love all of your examples because there's, Sheila, you brought up on our last question, this fear of getting in trouble, right? If we're honest. And in our comments, Suzanne said, I think it can be a lack of self-awareness. We think we are doing it, but when we're in the thick of an uncomfortable situation, we revert back to what's comfortable. And Laura, that brings up, the idea that if we're honest, not trauma dumping. I love that distinction. Whenever I hear that kind of distinction, I think back to that crying CEO who did a bunch of layoffs and then cried about how hard it was for him that he had to let all of these people go. So if we can distinguish between honest and vulnerable and willing to share and willing to be humans around our people at work, that then we also get to share news that's hard, and we get to be open for other people sharing news that's hard. And so your responses to this were really powerful. We also have a lot of behaviors in the comments. I can't read all of them, but we have a lot of behaviors that people have seen demonstrated that do foster a trusting environment, an open environment. And so brave, Jeff, of that leader to be willing 6 months in advance to say things are going to change. Some of you will be impacted. So if you aren't reading the comments, go read the comments, because there's as much brilliance in there as there is on this panel. So our next question is, how do we distinguish between psychological safety and the absence of standards and consequences? And this kind of brings us back to that childlike feeling of, am I going to be in trouble, right? Is how do we distinguish, this is a psychologically safe place where we can talk about our vulnerabilities, where we can say, I messed up in front of other people. And then we want to be able to do that and have some accountabilities in there, and not just have people say like, oh, thanks so much for losing the business $1 million. Thanks for being honest with us. How do you find that balance between people feeling safe and trusting and also still having standards and consequences?
I needed to unmute myself because I felt like Family Feud. It's like, I really want to answer this one. It's about that feedback loop, the reward or punishment cycle for the initial behavior. So is there an absence of standards and consequences, whether something happens and they're not punished or corrected for it, or whether somebody comes forward with a vulnerability and it is not handled with care, handled with respect and dignity? So it's about the closing of the loop when that initial trigger event happens. And we don't often use this word when it comes to work. We often hear it in politics, but do we see cronyism within the work environment? Do we see people having very similar situations happen with completely separate outcomes? No organization is going to be open and trusting and engaged. I mean, like 100% guarantee for demoralized workforce is blatant cronyism without having regard for how your different levels of standards without any justification can look. Because it could even be that you don't have cronyism in the organization and your standards just live in your head. If you haven't communicated that, it's about the optics. It's about how your staff and the organization is going to perceive that. So we need to be very thoughtful as leaders in a team and in an organization of what is that feedback loop? How do we close when something happens in order for everyone in the organization to feel like I can screw up and the bumpers of the bowling alley are here to support me to get back on track, or I will be supported in an exit just like everybody else. And without that functionality, then you don't have safety. What you have is a free-for-all, and we're just not talking about it. We're being very polite about it.
And I also think looking at, how much healthy challenge is going on between different leaders, different parts of the organization, and is it going on behind closed doors, or is it going on appropriately where people can see it? And is it, can I contribute to that, or am I aware that this is the healthy debate? Because I also think, the unwritten codes of culture of how we do things around here, which is exactly what Laura's talking about, what we say and then what we do. Is it because we go to lunch with someone else? Is it because I know someone else? Is it because I went to this school, that school? And they become coded in, and the system has memory, of course. So this whole understanding of what's safe and what's not safe also comes from what isn't being said. So I think you can learn a lot from listening to what isn't being said. And when there's a disconnect between what isn't being said and what is being said, that's my warning flag personally for, okay, what's going on here? If it feels too comfortable or too two-dimensional, then it's probably not psychologically safe. It is my go-to.
I'd like to touch on not only what is being said, but when it is being said. Because I've had feedback presented to me in a very candid, profane way, but it was timely. And because it was timely, it felt more developmental than evaluative. So that to me makes a huge difference. If I'm facilitating a workshop or working with an individual and that individual gives me real-time feedback, or I get real-time feedback about, how I can do better, even if it's presented in a difficult way, it feels more developmental. If that feedback gets put into a survey and shared with me 3 months later, or presented to my boss and given to me in my performance review the next quarter, now that doesn't feel developmental, it feels critical. So I think the when has a lot to do with this as well.
So before we go to our next question for the group, Jeff, I'm going to ask you to answer a direct comment in our comment section, and then if anybody else wants to add to that, please feel free to before we move on to the next group question. But we had a comment from Malia Booker, who says, I was in a similar situation where the CEO shared the pending layoff news, and it became an environment of disengagement and low productivity as employees began spending a large amount of time speculating who would be impacted and what packages, if any, would be offered. So I wonder, Jeff, what is the difference between that, which I have seen more often, and the experience you had where the CEO shared 6 months in advance? What made it that people were engaged, that people were willing to stay or be open about their concerns?
That's an excellent question, because I think we've all seen the example that Malia talks about. And in many regards, that's the more common example, the more common situation. And to that, I would say, you have to know your audience. In the prior panel, we talked a little bit about risk tolerance and this own notion of failure being okay. Well, really, it's the notion of, if I'm going to take a risk, is it an informed risk? Am I being thoughtful about that risk? And this same leader, we had what we called a leadership success profile that included the five top leadership skills that should be modeled throughout the organization. And when that came out and this leader joined the organization, again, in terms of modeling this behavior, he stood in front of his whole organization, went through those 5 skills and identified which ones he was good at and which ones he was working on. So this pattern of operating with him had gone on to the point where he felt as though he knew his organization well enough that he could take those risks. If someone doesn't feel they know the organization, then in those cases, it may be too big of a risk to take, or maybe instead of 6 months, it's 3 months or 1 month. But if we think about the default, we've all heard the horror stories, and I won't call out any company in particular that laid off 10,000 people with an email the day before. But, we've been in those situations before, and that undercuts trust and psychological safety. So maybe it doesn't need to be 6 months, but maybe it's adjusted based on your knowledge of the organization.
Can I add to that? Because I really like Jeff's example and how he articulated the relationship capital that the leader in his example cultivated with his team. You can't have a radio silent organization, a radio silent leadership team, and then drop that bomb on them and expect that it's coming from a place of goodwill and respect for the workforce. So it sounds like in Jeff's example, that leader put a lot of emphasis in making sure that his team knew that this was coming from a place of, we understand that this is your livelihood. We understand that this is how you pay the bills, put food on the table, and we're giving you this information so that you can make the best choice for yourself and for your family. And there's a very obvious sense of dignity and respect that came from that leader that in many other organizations, unfortunately, again, because we kind of forget, like, humans are humans, that there are, these are people on the other side. They're not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They're not just KPIs and OKRs. So to Jeff's point, you need to understand the tone and the relationship that you have with the organization at large. And if you haven't built that relationship capital, you haven't built that goodwill with your staff, this is not going to land well. It's going to come across as, oh, they're probably telling us this so that we can just quit and then some, instead of them having to offer us a severance. It's about the relationship and the communication that has been built months, years prior to something like that being done.
And I think even more now in the age of AI, relational infrastructure and building that relational infrastructure is so important. We've got quite a few comments around respect, and it all starts with respect, of course. How you say it, what you say, and to whom. So I think as we move into a more technological world, the human connection of relational infrastructure is going to be absolutely key.
Thank you all so much. So I think that both a strength and a hardship of being in HR is that we are caretakers. It is our goal to make sure that our employees, our staff, our contractors are comfortable, are feeling psychologically safe. And somehow we haven't yet figured out how to manage and direct and be in charge of the entire leadership team and force them to be respectful and trusting and all of that. So I say that a little bit jokingly, but I know, for me, I've spent a lot of my career trying very hard to make people feel safe. What do you think is like a myth or a misnomer about HR folks that we can tell people that either brings them into accountability or lets them off the hook a little bit? What is HR's role and what isn't HR's role in all of this?
Okay. As a human resource, what I'm hearing is that they think that it's a program that you can just roll out. And let's check, you create your module, your policy, you run a workshop, add it to values, posters, and do a survey. That is a myth. Psychological safety really lives in a daily lives of ours, myself, you, and everyone here in the panel, and everyone that's listening. So the interaction between the manager. So for me as an HR, you can't HR program your way to it. Our role, on the other hand, is to equip the managers with the skills. You model that in the HR interaction on a daily basis, and just remove that any type of barriers. And also, what's important that we also have to understand that we have neurodiverse staff. That psychological safety, it's really, they shy away from that. So again, really equipping our managers with that skills, how to respond, how to facilitate this difficult conversation, especially with neurodiverse, and really give them the constructive. That is the role of HR, not to create a program. You can't.
Sheila, you said it perfectly. I felt like I needed to jump in after your comments there. And I think psychological safety, without talking about the greater topic of DEI, of inclusivity, of equity, is like, what are we even talking about? You can't have one without the other. I'm neurodivergent, highly ADHD, would not be on this panel without my Adderall. I'm also a first generation American. My parents are exiles. There is so much in the lived experience that I bring to the workplace simply because of who I am and the way that I was brought up. And without addressing those things, and to Sheila's point, it's something that we can't be programmatic about it. Like, how do you operationalize or create a program around safety? Like, it has to be something that has leadership backing. And that whole thing that was being discussed in Jeff's panel prior to this one, which I love, the whole bring your whole self to work. If we really want people to bring their whole selves to work, like, I'm going to bring all this. Like, how can we have a functioning work environment that doesn't account for how people operate differently? So what is HR's responsibility and what is it? I think HR is responsible for holding the line. And I think HR is responsible for, to Susie's earlier point, how do we operationalize all of this into the way that we do the work? I can keep going, but I'll let other folks speak.
No, I agree. I think they need to be enablers. It's an enabling function. And I've heard too often, oh, that's HR's job. I don't think it is HR's job. I think every leader or everyone who's dealing with people has this accountability. So clarity, ownership, responsibility for the way they show up, what they say and what they do. And HR are there to enable the system so that it enables everyone to be able to bring their potential to work. So, I mean, I could go on for ages, I won't, but I just wanted to add that to what you said. I feel quite strongly about it.
Speaking of feeling strongly and speaking of enablement, I want to say something a little provocative, and that is, I think that we typically foster learned helplessness within our organizations. People come into the organization, I'm going to interview for a job, and heaven knows we have many interviews, and I jump through all these hurdles, and I spend all this time convincing you that I'm the best person for the job, and then as soon as I get hired, I don't know what to do. And I'm very assumptive that HR or leadership will know what I'm feeling and what I'm needing and bring it to me, but I'm not speaking up. And I do think that part of this issue is that we as employees, as individual contributors, need to be change agents and need to have the courage to raise some of these issues. Now, of course, that's predicated on the leaders creating the environment of safety, but we need to stop. We need to start somewhere in terms of trying to affect the change ourselves.
Thank you so much. We are being told that this conversation could have been 40 hours instead of 40 minutes by Laura. Thank you for that. And I'll close on this comment from Taylor. This question speaks to why it's important for HR to build on HR for HR community to help us stay sane. We take care of people in organizations and need to ensure we have a support system that helps care for us. This could not be more true. It wasn't until I was getting ready to leave my corporate life that I started building my HR community really intentionally. And I cannot tell you how much it helped me. So connect to these panelists, connect to me, connect to each other, the people that you're seeing in the chat. This is a conversation. We're all talking to each other. So keep that in mind. And you're right, Taylor, absolutely. Getting ourselves community, finding people who will help us rise and elevate and lift us up and tell us, you're not bonkers for thinking this isn't fitting in your organization, and brainstorming. I mean, it is just invaluable. Panelists, thank you so much. This was such a dynamic conversation. Our next and last panel of the summit is Performance Enablement, Strengthening Systems that Sustain Individual and Team Performance. And Enrique is back to take us through the transition. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you so much, Lauren, Sheila, Susie, Jeff, and Laura. Phenomenal conversation. I'm going to let you go on with your days. Thank you so much for being part of the HackHR community and obviously, sharing your wonderful insights and experience with the community. So thank you. Jessa, please, you can let this wonderful panel go to continue with the day. For everybody tuning in, this is the last panel of the last day of this summit number 1 in HackHR. I am so thankful to all of you. I want to thank a few people before we start the new panel, the next panel. I want to thank our sponsors, Spark Hire and M-Train. Thank you so much to these 2 wonderful companies for supporting us to do this event. Please check them out. We're going to be sharing some resources from them with you by next week. but we are so appreciative for their continued support to all things, in all things that we do in Hacking HR. So thank you so much to Spark Hire, M-Train, and their teams. Obviously, thank you to all our speakers and moderators. We had 6 panels every day, and we're about to enter into the last panel of the day. 6 panels, every panel with 4 or 5 speakers each one. So that is a lot of speakers and a lot of moderators joining this event, taking time out of their busy lives to come here and share with you all that they have learned in their careers and their roles. So thank you so much to all of you. Obviously, thank you so much to everybody in our team in Hacking HR. Everybody contributes a lot or a little bit in different ways. I am so thankful for everybody. We have a phenomenal team. Every day I am, in awe and in gratitude that we have such a phenomenal team in Hacking HR. Everybody's so awesome, and everybody does so much, and everybody works so hard. So thank you so much to everybody in my team in Hacking HR for bringing together all these events and for putting it all together. Particularly, thank you to Jessa, who most of you know Jessa. She's always in the background, somewhere back there. You don't see her face. She does exist. She's a real human. Her name is not Jessica or Jessie. Her name is Jessa. She's been with me for 8 years. And, sometimes we get mad at each other. Sometimes we're super happy with each other. But she is so freaking phenomenal. Jessa, thank you so much for everything that you do to make sure that every event that we have done for the past 8 years, and we're talking about hundreds of events with thousands and thousands of people, that you are always making sure that every little thing goes smoothly and perfectly for everybody. So thank you, Jessa, for everything. Thank you, Danielle, my Chief Learning Officer in Hacking HR, for emceeing part of the event today, all of the event yesterday, for moderating some sessions. And obviously, thank you to everybody else in our team, Barbara, Lori, Naima, everybody in the team for everything that you do to the community, for the community. And obviously, thank you to all of you attendees, because, well, if you were not here, this would be kind of boring. So thank you so much to all of you for showing up, for sticking in with us throughout the 3 days of the event. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I am almost stealing time from the last panel of the day. I have like 20 seconds before I let them come to the stage. Remember, everybody, on Monday of next week, all the videos of all the sessions that we had today will be available in our Hacking HR community. To all of the members in our community, whether you are a free member, a premium, or a premium plus member, you get access to a diploma of attendance digitally, obviously. You just have to confirm that you actually watched the event live or recorded, and you can download your diploma. And for our premium and premium plus members, you get also a Credly digital badge that you can share on social media, and the HR credits. And just a couple more things that I want to share with you are, one is on Monday of next week. I am so excited about what I am about to say. After 1 year working with hundreds of people to create the first ever global HR capability framework for HR, where through discussions and dialogue and debate, we created a capability or competency framework for HR that is applicable universally. It's going to be available to all of you on Monday of next week. The website is almost ready. It took us a year to build that. We are planning to renew it or to revise it every 6 months. And it's so exciting. It took us so long to get it ready, and it will be ready for you on Monday. And last thing, before I continue stealing some time from the panel, Hacking HR and our academic brand, the People and Culture Strategy Institute, by June or so of this year, we're going to be releasing our very first certification to assess competence in the topic of the certification, which the first one will be on a strategic AI, global strategic AI leadership. So stay tuned. All of those things are coming to all of you. Jessa, please bring Anna to the panel, and then we're going to bring everybody else. I just want to say hello to Anna. Hello.
Hi, Enrique.
How are you, my friend? So good to see you.
Very good to see you too. I'm very happy to be here. Closing the
Thank you. Thank you. How's the Spain? How is the Spain doing? Like, how's the weather?
The weather is terrible. It has been raining for a couple of weeks all day long.
Oh my gosh. Well, we have a blue sky, super sunny today. Let me take some of this sun and move it over, move it your way. All right, Anna, please just bring everybody else from the panelists of this panel to the stage. Maria, Andrew, Chris, Obi, and Chris, Jennifer. I'm sorry, I was missing somebody there. Sorry. Thank you so much all for being here, part of this conversation. Super excited about the talk that you are about to have. For now, I'm gonna be in the background if you need me. And Anna, please take it away, just so you can remove it from the screen. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Enrique. Happy to see all the panelists here this afternoon, at least for me from Spain. I know that there's people from all around the world. So here we are at the last panel. We will be talking about performance enablement, how to strengthen systems that sustain individual and team performance. Before that, I will briefly introduce myself, and then I will ask all the panelists to give us an overview about who they are and what are the perspectives they are bringing today to the table. Okay, so my name, very quickly, is Ana Cimadevilla. I'm head of people at Iridian. This is a fintech company based in all over the world, working in tech for the last 10 years. And now I can consider myself expert on remote distributed teams, multicultural environments, and also from building successful performance systems. So happy to be here. And now I want our panelists to introduce themselves. So maybe, Maria, would you like to go next?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Anna. So very briefly, my name is Maria. I am the founder and managing director of Made from Within, which is an all-in-one partner for leadership, team, and personal development. I have many years of experience in HR, particularly within learning and development, talent development, and performance management. Performance management has been a very big part of my career. Very excited to be here and share my insights and learn from all of you.
Good. Thanks, Maria. Thanks for joining today. Anju, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. I'm Anju Chaudhary. I'm Chief People Officer for Zozo Day. And if you don't know us, we provide global solutions to acquire, engage, and retain your most valuable people. And in my role, I work very closely with organizations on how they think about performance enablement through reward recognition and employee motivation. I'm really looking forward to learning from the perspective of this panel and having a discussion.
Thanks, Anju. Next one, Chris.
Hello, everybody. Chris Avrilla. I won't tell you how many years, but many years at the intersection of business and technology and people strategy, from software engineer to HR and talent to industry analyst and advisor to product leadership. So the last 10-ish years at ADP, Deloitte, and most recently Oracle, where we actually designed and delivered some of the first generative and agentic AI for talent, including AI that coaches managers to be better performance coaches. So I'm excited about this topic. And now just launching AI Alchemist that helps orgs architect consequences from AI and HR, not just inherit them. Great to see everybody.
Thanks, Chris. Jennifer.
Oh, thank you so much, Anna. I'm delighted to be here today speaking with my fellow panelists. My name is Dr. Jennifer Nash, and I am founder and CEO of Jennifer Nash Coaching and Consulting. I'm also ex-Deloitte, and I serve as faculty at the University of Michigan Ross School of Business. I'm a keynote speaker, and I'm a Marshall Goldsmith MG100 executive coach, known for generating clients multi-million-dollar results. I bring over 30 years of experience in leadership, talent, and change, and I help leaders master human dynamics, own their message, and turn chaos into clarity to facilitate performance.
Good. Thanks, Jennifer. And last but not least, Okvi.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. It's great to meet everyone on this panel today. I'm Dr. Ogbe Abuno. I'm a career and transition coach and change management consultant. I have over 16 years of experience in HR, leadership, and management, worked across various sectors and across various industries, ranging from fintech to telecoms to hospitality to e-commerce, and also to oil and gas. And performance enablement is a very critical aspect in my experience, because we have to ensure that our employees are motivated in order to perform to their highest potential, our workforce. So I'll be looking forward to learning to everyone on this panel and exchanging ideas to make it an enriching session. Thank you.
Thanks, Okbi. Thanks, everyone. As you can see, guys, we brought today such an expert on the topic on performance enablement. So let's go with a few questions. What I will ask all of you to answer is, what is the single biggest problem with performance enablement systems today? So maybe, I don't know who wants to start, but all of you provide your own perspective on this.
I can get started, Anna. So I think the single biggest problem with performance enablement today is that the tools that we built are to measure performance and not to enable it. I come from learning and development background. Performance management has been a key to how to enable that behavior that leads to business outcomes. And most systems are great at tracking goals, KPIs, reviews, but really weak at influencing what happens between those moments. And they're not very episodic. You could probably do annual, quarterly reviews. They're manager dependent on terms of leading, and they're very disconnected from how do you enforce day-to-day behaviors that lead to motivation. So missing loop is human reinforcement to acknowledge those behaviors that leads to business outcomes. And that consistent reinforcement in real time is what's needed.
I'll second that. I'll jump in there. I think that's a great point. I think, at the end of the day, these performance systems were designed more to judge than enable performance and potential as well. And many organizations, I'll just layer on, haven't updated that design, even as they start to think about layering AI on top. So if the fundamental architecture still stays manager rates, employee rating, drives comp, promotion, exit, that's judgment. It's not enablement. So, I think if you do add AI to that, some people are adding it to the same design, and you're going to get judgment at scale, or faster ratings, or more automated flagging, more efficient sorting into boxes. And even in those cases, the problem wasn't always the technology itself. It was kind of automating a broken design. But if you look at what's changing, these systems aren't just recording or analyzing anymore. If AI is deciding and acting, they kind of become what I call systems of consequence, and that consequence should have architecture, not, and it should be intentional, not inherited. So I'll second that motion with some additional color.
Yeah, and just to build on
from my perspective, I'll align with Anju, what Anju said. We have performance management built on KPIs and tracking goals, and not built on enablement, because we have to enable our people in order to deliver the right business outcomes. When you just keep tracking KPIs and performance goals, then you forget about enabling the people in order to perform at their highest potential, supporting them with professional development, with personal development, and also enabling. This causes the enablement of the performance, causing them to get to their highest potential, and in turn also yielding great business outcomes. So I believe as the years are unfolding, performance management would soon become performance enablement, no longer performance management, because enablement is what gets the business outcome. It's what gives the results that the company or the organization expects to see.
And to that, I would add, obviously, there is an element of us in HR trying to make managers and employees document performance. And so we confuse documentation with actual performance enablement oftentimes. But I think another big issue that we are still facing today in 2026, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is that we are still deploying performance management tools that people hate using. So instead of implementing simple, intuitive digital tools that support and hopefully automate real-time goal tracking and feedback, many organizations still rely on outdated platforms that make performance reviews feel like an administrative burden. And it's still the case today. I would say that 10 years ago, we were probably saying the same thing. And still, even though we have AI and we have all these tools, we're still doing the same thing. So when the system itself creates friction, what tends to happen is that managers procrastinate, employees dread the process itself, and performance management becomes something that happens to people instead of something that actually enables performance. So I think a key element as well is the systems and the tools that we use, especially in this day and age.
Yeah, to build on what everyone has said, I agree that we confuse measurement with enablement. I also see that we have an issue with the what and the how, right? So if we are going to enable performance, we need to think about what we are enabling, and then we need to determine how we are going to enable that. And one of the things I have found with the majority of my clients is that it's the conditions that we create that have the most impact on that overall performance, not the tracking itself. And like Dr. Maria said, I know all of us have spent many, probably hundreds of hours trying to do performance reviews for people in organizations, and it's just this administrative burden. So how, going forward, do we alleviate that? And maybe how do we use AI to make that less of an administrative burden? And I'm sure we'll get into that later today.
Wow, thanks everyone for your perspectives. Just to ground this on what we are seeing across your perspective and across organizations, I fully agree, like performance enablement is many times seen as an administrative burden. So we need to support our managers to understand really the value of it, right? Like what is the purpose, why we are doing this, to make them feel engaged with leading that process with the teams, right? That's at least how I try to do it in my company and previous companies, right? Building the process together, co-building the process, I think that is quite important, right? Also the tools that we are using, as you guys were saying. Well, so now I have a few questions that are maybe more specific because we have many different backgrounds here. So the first one will be for Jennifer. And my question, Jennifer, for you is, where do today's performance systems more often undermine performance instead of enabling it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's such an important question, Anna. Research suggests that 1/3 of executives believe their performance management system is effective. That means that 2/3 of them either know or believe that it's not effective. So why do we keep doing things the way we've been doing them, right? I see 3 places where systems undermine performance. The first pain point is that performance is really reviewed too late to be helpful. And I know that all of us on this call have experienced an annual review where, maybe your manager suggested something that happened months ago and you don't even remember it. So it's not helpful to give feedback when there's that much of a distance between when that event happened and the time that feedback is given, right? And we see that in the systems that we have in place today. Most rely on annual performance reviews. And people can't adjust to that in real time, right? We're not even telling them that something went wrong until way after the fact, and they can't change it. So the second pain point I see is that performance is measured rather than supported. And we alluded to this on the first question that we started talking about, right? So performance systems are tracking outcomes without addressing what helps people achieve them, right? And we use metrics and we track metrics and KPIs instead of, for example, coaching to help someone enable that performance, right? So employees end up feeling monitored rather than supported, and managers are focusing on numbers instead of removing barriers and building capacity and capability. My team has put together a scorecard, which is going to help people assess their performance enablement systems, and I'm going to drop that link into the chat into a moment. The third pain point that I want to mention is that the performance systems we have today, they typically ignore human behavior and universal human needs, right? So most systems assume that people perform better under pressure and control, and research actually shows that the opposite is true. This undermines performance because it reduces learning, it reduces creativity, and people are afraid to speak up. And when people feel afraid or uncertain, problems stay hidden and performance declines. So those are three of the places where I see that performance systems today often undermine performance instead of enabling it.
Thanks, Jennifer. Anyone else would like to add anything on Jennifer's view?
I think I agree. And yes, and it's all after the fact. What happened? There's so much focus currently on performance management in terms of what happened in the past. And there's very little opportunity to change something so that you can do something differently in future. People dread this conversation. So how can we take it and co-create performance for future so we reach our goals? I think that should be the goal, because people know what their goals are. Always our default is maybe more data, more tools, more systems and processes. The human element is missing, and reinforcing those behaviors, that's missing.
Good, thanks. So I couldn't agree more with you, Anju. Like part of my performance conversations are always looking ahead. What are the expectations on each individual, on growing within the company, on developing themselves, right? So always good to have part of the conversations also looking to the future. Good. So now I would like to look at this from a systems and technology lens. So my next question is for Chris. Chris, how does AI fundamentally change the way performance enablement systems are designed and experienced from your perspective?
Well, I think something I mentioned earlier, that AI is going to change these performance systems in a fundamental way. And I had mentioned the notion of a system of consequence. And really what I mean by that is, we obviously talked about this earlier as well. Historically, performance systems informed human decisions. A manager reviewed data, applied judgment, made a call, and the system was just a tool. Now, AI can be flagging performance concerns automatically, recommending ratings, identifying high potential talent, surfacing flight risk, drafting development plans, even PIPs. And so they're not tools anymore. They're potentially decision makers. And if systems decide, the consequences are likely to become more scrutinized, real, immediate, and maybe in some cases even irreversible. And I don't say that to scare. I mean, it really is just to encourage and challenge people to redesign their processes, look at them as performance enablement, performance, even potential enablement, and design with that in mind, design with intention and accountability. I wouldn't lift and shift here. I had mentioned in my intro at being at Oracle and building, some of the first AI agents in the space. And one was, AI designed to coach managers to become better managers by becoming more like performance coaches. So it's not to replace them, but develop their coaching capability. And tech like this can work beautifully when culture shifts alongside of it, but it can also fail pretty spectacularly when it doesn't. So, and what I mean again by that is if your culture is still managers judge, employees comply, introducing AI that helps managers coach better is likely going to get rejected, and the technology would fail simply because the culture is still command and control. So I think the design shift required is performance as shared development, and all these things AI can help with, but not top-down judgment. Managers and employees are both learning. AI is supporting both of that, and that really is enablement. I do think, there's obviously new risks, and I alluded to that earlier. First could be legal exposure. Courts are holding employers, not vendors, accountable for AI decisions, and we know some of the lawsuits are out there. Second is kind of that notion of trust erosion. But black box decisions about careers kill enablement. People don't develop in environments they don't trust. And third, it's just performance drift. AI trained on pre-pandemic data, optimizing for older behavior in our new reality is not good. But I think if you look at what good can look like, AI that helps managers become better coaches, not AI that replaces the coaching relationship, being transparent about what it measures, override capabilities when it misses context. That's a design principle. And I think then we're all going to start getting really towards more enablement. I think AI brings a lot of opportunity.
That's correct. Like, we have now plenty of opportunities to enhance our skills about how to have meaningful conversations, how to define high quality development goals, for example, right? But also it comes with a lot of risks. Anyone else would like to add any of the risks you think AI might bring to performance enablement?
I would go ahead.
Go on.
I was just saying, I would encourage people to think about it that you can't outsource. A manager cannot outsource their job, their responsibility to coach their employee, to be responsible. You can't get hands off. So please don't treat it as a replacement. It's an enabler. So that's number one. Number two, be conscious, and Chris mentioned about the biases that are inherently there. But think of operationally. If I'm a manager with 7 people and it's hard for me to keep up on a weekly conversation, if AI could bring notes from regular conversations they're having, bring that data along to me and say, Anju was actually struggling on this demo call. Now manager could come in and have conversation with me and lead me to resources that helps me. Also, notice burnout, challenges that are happening. Use it as, again, a tool that enables you, not as a replacement.
Yes, I agree on that. And on the note of tools, AI, and so on, there is a very interesting question in the chat. Elizabeth is asking, what are some of the more modern tools for performance management? Now, I'm not going to suggest specific tools here. I don't get any commission for that. But what I will say from my experience is, if it takes more than 3 clicks for an employee or a manager to either update goals or to give feedback, it's likely not going to happen. It's too much friction for them. They have their work, they have so many tasks to do, and that's usually at the bottom of their to-do list. So I think, yes, we can use AI, and I think in the future it will help us and it will make things easier for both managers and employees. But at the moment, most of the organizations, at least I have experienced, and also in discussions with colleagues, do not really use AI. They still use outdated HRIS systems and performance management systems. So I say, if it takes more than 3 clicks, it's usually not going to happen. And that's the reality of it. And having worked in tech and also in collaboration with UX designers, front-end engineers, when they see a tool that takes more than that to actually get the task done, which is updating goals, giving feedback, they see it as something that they wouldn't want to do. And that's why I said earlier, we still use systems that people hate actually using. And I think that's one of the big burdens we need to get rid of.
Yeah, if we make it easier, it'll get done, and it'll get done better.
Absolutely.
Also, to add to what everyone has said, I still believe in face-to-face conversations, because through face-to-face conversations, I know we all have the AI and the systems and everything in place to run performance enablement, but I love face-to-face conversations because they build chemistry and also they build clarity of direction. So I love those check-in sessions where you're engaging with your direct reports, telling them what they've done, and not what they've not done, but what could be done better, and how you are helping them to do what needs to be done. Because it's not about telling them, oh, you have to do this and do that. You have to help them. That's how you enable performance. You enable performance by helping people. You enable performance by holding people's hands and saying, this is how it has to be done. That's how you become a teacher on the job, because it's not a one-day thing. It's a continuous process. And that's how you enable people to get to their highest potential, by holding their hands, telling them what needs to be done, how this could be done better, and also seeing how to put them in personal, professional development programs that can upskill them and reskill them and increase their potential from a performance perspective to enable them to perform better and also to bring more value to the business.
Good. Thanks everyone for your perspectives. In the end, it's that simple of not forgetting about one-on-one conversations. And there's sometimes that we almost forget about it. It's interesting how we are investing heavily in tools, in AI, etc. But the biggest breakdown still is happening on communication, right? Which brings us naturally to the question of what actually sustains performance over time now. I would like to ask Maria, from a neuroscience perspective and leadership development perspective, what actually enables sustained performance over time?
Yeah, and I love this question. One of my key focuses as part of my research was the neuroscience of behavioral change. And so performance management, of course, is very much linked to that. For me, from a neuroscience perspective, sustained performance is enabled when there are 4 elements present that the brain needs to function well over time. And these are first, clarity, second, stress regulation, third, mental recovery, and fourth, rewards. So performance usually drops when any of these 4 elements are missing. And that's irrespective of how competent or how motivated the individual is. So if I was to break it down, I'll take the first element, which is clarity. The brain performs best when it knows exactly what success looks like. An ambiguous or constantly shifting goal management system increases cognitive load, and that reduces focus at the same time. So practically for HR, this means that performance management systems should prioritize outcome-based goals and regular recalibration. What does this mean? This means fewer goals reviewed quarterly or even monthly, which will outperform these complex annual processes that we often have in place, because they reduce uncertainty and keep attention where it matters the most. Second, when it comes to stress regulation, stress needs to be managed, not to be completely eliminated. And why do I say that? Because short-term pressure has shown to actually improve performance. We need an element of pressure, we need an element of stress in order to be performing at our best. But ongoing uncertainty because of unclear expectations, inconsistent feedback, or surprise ratings during performance reviews pushes the brain into survival mode. And that, what happens essentially in the brain is that it shuts down learning, creativity, and long-term thinking. So practically, this is why annual high-stake reviews are neurologically inefficient. And that's why I always endorse regular short-term cycles of goals, and at the same time continuous feedback. Third, when it comes to learning capacity, sustained performance depends on the brain's ability to adapt, especially in this fast-paced environment we all live and work. So when challenge consistently exceeds capability, what tends to happen over time is that performance drops. And that's even for high performers. This is why linking performance to development, and I think Anu talked about this before, linking performance management to learning and development is really important, because performance discussions should clearly separate what was delivered from what needs to be built next. Otherwise, people optimize for output at the expense of continuous development. So the focus is just on hitting the target without really necessarily thinking, what's the next target? What other skills do I need to develop in order to be able to hit the next target, which will be a more stretch goal for me. And finally, rewards. The brain is a pattern recognition machine, as I like to say. So it repeats what gets rewarded. Now, the challenge, though, in an organizational context is that performance fluctuates. Performance is not the same every quarter, every year. So how do we link rewards to fluctuating performance? That's why I always suggest fixed rewards. If salary increases are tied to performance, organizations hard code temporary performance into permanent pay decisions and increase threat around feedback. So what I would practically suggest is to let base pay reflect role and capability, and then use variable rewards such as bonuses and recognition to absorb performance variability. Because this will allow honest feedback and it will reinforce the right behaviors over time by rewarding them. And the reward element is really important if we want sustained performance over time.
Oh, thanks, Maria, for all this context. I think this question could be just one topic for another more in-depth conversation. I guess that you all agree with me. Okay, as I want everyone to provide their own perspective, let's move to the next question. And the next one is for Anju. How do you connect performance enablement systems to business outcomes without reducing people to metrics?
Great question, Anna. So you connect performance enablement to business outcomes by shifting the focus from tracking the results to reinforcing those behaviors without using the human element. So what gets measured gets done. We all know that. So metrics will always matter, but people aren't motivated by dashboards alone. What actually moves the outcome is what happens in the flow of work. Timely feedback, visible appreciation, reinforcement of behavior that aligns with business goals. And this is where a recognition program, it is a very powerful enabler. Dr. Maria just mentioned that she quoted from her research, when rewards and recognition are aligned with specific behaviors, for example, collaboration, customer focus, innovation, whatever matters to your organization, they act as a bridge between the human effort and the business impact that you'd like to bring. So in platform like ours at Zozo Day, for example, recognition just isn't about rewards. It's about making appreciation contextual. We connect it to the values. We connect it to the business outcomes. It's timely. So in real time, you can provide feedback to your peers when they support you, something that you want to appreciate. It's measurable without being impersonal or automated. You're not reducing people to numbers. You're actually recognizing that intent, that effort, and the impact in a way that people are going to remember. So this is the behavior that you'd like for me to repeat. And please remember, especially with new hires who you want to train what good looks like, it's a great way to tell them, this is what we value. This is how you become successful. So the balance comes from using the data, but also guide that recognition, not to replace, but performance systems to stay human, and then business results will be visible. Just to wrap it up and tie a bow around it, I'll say matrices tell you what happened, but recognition determines what happens next.
Good, thanks. Anju, anyone else would like to add anything on Anju's perspective? It was super clear, Anju. Okay, so I will go to the last question for Ogbi. Actually, this is one of my favorites because I work with, for such a small company like mine, which we are 65 employees, we have people from different 18 nationalities. So that means that how we give feedback, how we communicate is totally different from one to each other, right? And now I have a question for Ogbi about how should performance enablement systems adapt across different cultural and regional contexts?
Yeah, that's a very good question because I've worked across different regions across Africa and Europe, and the way you're going to give performance feedback to someone in Africa will not probably be the same way you're giving it to someone in Europe. So you have to understand culture and regional context to be taken into perspective, how you communicate performance feedback across your teams or across people, because culture and culture has a great role to play in how you manage people, because the way you manage teams, the way you collaborate with teams will not be the same way you collaborate with teams in another region. So when putting in place a performance enablement system, These have to be taken into perspective, how you communicate, how you relate to people, understand the culture, understand the dynamics, understand how the people relate to on a day-to-day basis, how things are being done in the entity or in the organization, because it changes from country to country. Even within Africa, the way the various countries function are not the same. So you're not going to communicate the same way from a performance-related perspective in country A, the way you do in country B. You're going to communicate very differently. You're going to communicate those expectations differently. You're going to communicate feedback differently in a constructive manner and not in an abusive manner or in a very critical manner. You're going to make it to sound like personal development. You're going to make it to sound like personal improvement, because you're going to make it to sound as if you're coaching them, very important, because to bring out the best of people, you have to ensure that you're there as a coach, you're there as a mentor, and you're there as a leader, because not there as a manager or as a boss, as a leader, because leadership is what gets the results effective and the results efficient and done. So I believe that you have to understand the culture before knowing the kind of performance enablement systems to put in place, and it will give you the kind of results desired results you expect to see.
Good, thanks, Sophie. Let's not forget that feedback shouldn't be the same to everyone. Like, we need to be aware that people communicate in many different ways, and we need to really understand others' backgrounds and others' perspectives. So now I have one question, and I think that maybe we'll have even time to each one of you bring very short advice to anyone that is about to launch a new performance system in their company. What would that be? Who wants to go?
I'll go first. I think one piece of advice I would say is audit what you already have. Look at what you are doing before you deploy anything new. Map what's already making decisions about your people, and really start thinking about accountability, but also what we were talking about earlier in terms of enabling better conversations, not just making decisions.
And to that, I would add, if you come up with a new process, policy, tool, whatever it is, pilot it first. Get some of the people who use it to give you testimonials, and then use these testimonials for a wide implementation. And obviously use their feedback before you implement anything, because a lot of the feedback will give you insights into what needs to be done actually to optimize the current policy process tool you have.
My advice would be focus less on the ratings and goal setting and tools and systems, but more on behavior that recognize the effort and then reinforce that impact to make performance a conversation, not a score. To figure out your why do you do performance management, and then put on levers that is going to continue to get you those results.
I believe in face-to-face conversations. While putting in all the processes and all the systems, face-to-face conversations build a great rapport and build chemistry within the team, and also gives clarity of direction with regards to what is expected, when is expected, and what outcomes it's going to lead to. So I believe in face-to-face. As long as we document, as long as we put systems in place, use AI, let's not forget about the human touch. It's very important.
Yeah, one piece of advice I would have, if anyone on the call is thinking about shifting how they enable performance, is to think about small wins, right? You don't want to change the whole system all at once, because that's overwhelming and there's a lot of pieces that go into it. Rather, focus on changing the behaviors one at a time, right? We've put together some quick tips on how you can shift from performance management to enablement, and I'll drop that link in the chat box for you. I also want to reemphasize as well the human element here. As we move forward into a future that is so technologically focused, taking it back to the human element and what makes us human, and helping people feel seen and heard and appreciated, and giving them individualized feedback. As someone mentioned in the comments, copying and pasting feedback the same for everyone is not helpful. So focusing on that human element and trying to change one piece at a time using individual behaviors is my advice.
Well, thanks everyone for your advices. I think that in conclusion, in the end, we are talking about communication, right? How we can provide each other feedback, ask for feedback, being honest, transparent, and about how we see ourselves and others within the company, right? So thanks everyone for your perspective. It has been super insightful. And I think we finished the day, right, Enrique?
Yeah, we are done. This is a full lead wrap up. We are done. 3 days of incredible conversations. Anna, thank you so much for leading us in the last conversation. And Maria, Andrew, Chris, Jennifer, and Dr. Obi, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you to my team. Thank you to everybody tuning in, to our sponsors, Spark Hire and Entrain, all our phenomenal speakers and moderators, and to everybody who has been involved in this event. We will see you in any of our programs or in our next virtual summit, which is in March, all focused on HR technology and digital transformation. So for now, I'm going to let you all go. Have a beautiful rest of your week. Thank you so much, everybody, and we will see you all soon. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Bye.